who seek stability and the protection of international maritime law. Through diplomatic channels, the DFA must actively promote peaceful dialogue and cooperation, ensuring the region remains a zone of peace, free from the tensions that can lead to conflict. While carrying out its traditional consular and diplomatic duties, we must take a comprehensive approach to addressing the broader global issues shaping the contemporary international landscape. We need to prioritize climate diplomacy, advocating for stronger global commitments to reduce carbon emissions and supporting international frameworks like the Paris Agreement. As highly vulnerable to climate change, the Philippines must leverage its diplomatic channels to secure funding and technical assistance for sustainable development initiatives and disaster resilience programs. In an era of increasing cyber threats, the DFA must invest in cybersecurity diplomacy, working with international partners to establish norms and agreements that promote cybersecurity and promote critical infrastructure. The budget should include provisions for training diplomats in security issues and participating in global forums that address these emerging threats. Combating transnational crime, including human trafficking, drug trafficking, and terrorism, requires robust international cooperation. The DFA's budget should support initiatives strengthening law enforcement collaboration with other countries, enhancing information sharing mechanisms, and participating in multilateral efforts to address these crimes effectively. Last, the DFA should continue its efforts to protect the welfare of Filipino nationals and workers abroad, particularly those facing distress. The DFA is a frontline responder to Filipinos in need through its network of embassies and consulates worldwide. The department should work diligently with the DMW to ensure the rights and well-being of OFWs are upheld in their host countries. By laying out its tasks and challenges, this committee ensures its support of the proposed budget of 27.15 billion pesos for fiscal year 2025. Maraming salamat po. And of course, I'm happy to present to you your budget sponsors. They are heavyweights. And of course, with seniority comes wisdom. Of course, Honorable Joseph Yolago and Benny Abante. And of course, the Honorable Arnie Pentobella. Ayan po, tatlo po sila. Ganun po katindi ang ating mga budget sponsors. So at this point, I will the chair to the Honorable Joseph Yolago.
Thank you very much to our Vice Chair, Stella. Good morning to the whole family of the DFA, headed by Secretary Manalo, to my dear colleagues, and to Madam, former President GMA. Secretary, you may now proceed with the presentation of the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo, Senior Vice Chair. Honorable Joseph Gilbert Biolago, Vice Chair. Honorable Vice Chair Abante, Benny Abante. Honorable Vice Chair Arnie Puentebella, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Congresswoman Rachel Arenas, and former President Gloria Macapagal. Honorable members of the committee, I would like to, on behalf of the DFA, express our sincerest appreciation for the House's continued support to the department in order that we can fulfill our mandate and priorities. So I'd like to begin my presentation, and in so doing, allow me to update the committee of the department's recent accomplishments and share our aspirations for the coming year. The DFA formulates and implements the country's foreign policy towards the preservation of our national security, contribute to the country's economic growth, promote greater appreciation of our culture abroad, and provide consular services and ensure the welfare and interests of Filipinos overseas. Our mandate is being realized in our headquarters and in the 39 consular offices throughout the country, as well as our 98 foreign service posts, some of which will be reopening this year. For 2025, the DFA Office of the Secretary is proposing a budget of 27,159,363,000 pesos, which is a 10% increase from our current budget. Allow me to share some of the department's recent accomplishments. These past few months have been a whirlwind of activity. We have been and still are beset by challenges that spurred interest from other countries and provided us with fresh opportunities to pursue greater and new engagements. It is fair to say that, quote, we've been on hyperdrive over the past year or so, unquote. We've had a number of meetings with various countries at various levels. President Marcos Jr. met many of his counterparts, but I would like to highlight the historic trilateral summit between President Marcos, President Biden, and Prime Minister Kishida held in April, where they discussed ways of enhancing security, economy, and address climate change, as well as promote maritime cooperation. The President's visit to Germany was also a productive outcome in terms of economic and political impact on the Philippines' regional competitiveness and economic transformation. We conducted 47 bilateral meetings with counterparts and other high-level officials in the first half of 2024. The most recent of which was the Philippine-US and Philippine-Japan 2+2 ministerial meetings, both held in Manila last month. These two meetings further solidified bilateral relations with our oldest treaty ally, the United States, and our strategic partner, Japan. We also took opportunities to reach out to new potential partners. Our visit to Cyprus last June was the first by a Philippine Foreign Secretary, while the meeting with the Lithuanian Foreign Minister last April was the first high-level Lithuanian visit since 1995. Also of historic note was our visit to Greece last July, and also the first standalone visit of a Philippine Foreign Secretary. Just this August, the other week, I also met with the Prime Ministers of Republic of Korea and Mongolia, as well as my counterparts. Through such meetings, we have managed to advance our national interests, even as we navigate complexities arising from new realities. Part of our continuing engagements for the rest of the year to raise the diplomatic profile of the Philippines is the holding of international events on our advocacies, such as protecting marine biodiversity, engaging the Pacific Island states, and the Conference on Women, Peace, and Security. As an archipelagic and maritime state, our engagements also seek to strengthen cooperation in the maritime domain with partners to optimize opportunities. We remain steadfast in our efforts to uphold the rule of law, even as we explore ways to reduce tensions and engage in fruitful cooperation. We have lobbied our counterparts, filed protests, and fought misinformation. We conducted lectures, participated in forums and discussions, and screened documentaries, courting support from high levels of government and at the grassroots level. Recently, the government submitted information to the United Nations regarding our entitlement to an extended continental shelf in the West Palawan region. We also held the 9th bilateral consultation mechanism with China to de-escalate tensions. Over the years, the Philippines has continued to demonstrate its commitment to peace. Our approach to take the legal track against China that resulted in the 2016 arbitral award on the South China Sea is a testament that our foreign policy is grounded on the continuing work for peace on the basis of international law. We continued our active participation in the United Nations. During the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, we articulated the country's advocacies as well as our achievements and aspirations with regard to the Sustainable Development Goals. Hosting the board of the Loss and Damage Fund and the adoption of the first human rights resolution on seafarers in the UN Human Rights Council showcases the Philippines' leadership in its promotion of climate equity and in ensuring the welfare of its 1.9 million Filipino mariners. The DFA is also undertaking efforts to win support from fellow UN member states for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council for the term 2027 to 28. We also highlighted our interests in our recent ASEAN engagements. And further to this, we are preparing for our ASEAN chairmanship in 2026. The continued provision of the Legal Assistance Fund and Assistance to Nationals Fund enables DFA to perform its mandate in ensuring the welfare of overseas Filipinos. For the 9th consecutive year, the government fully met the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking in persons and maintained its Tier 1 status in the U.S. State Department's TIP report for 2024. And we will continue our collaborative work with members of the Interagency Council Against Trafficking and other partners to enhance policies, legislation, and mechanisms to end or to address trafficking in persons. We wish to reiterate our gratitude to both houses of Congress for helping DFA extend its public services closer to home through the opening of new consular offices. Since its soft launch last year, the DFA and DICT have been testing the e-visa system in India as part of our efforts to enable and promote greater tourism and business opportunities. The DFA also continues to provide quality and timely consular services. For 2024, we issued over 1.5 million passports, 87,000 visas, and some 332,000 apostille certificates and over 33,000 civil registry reports. The new Philippine Passport Act, passed this year, will also make passport applications more convenient for Filipinos. We also signed an agreement with the PSA to help expedite the submission of passport application requirements. In line with our digitization efforts, DFA and COMELEC will implement internet voting as one of the modes for the upcoming elections overseas. We also rolled out an e-apostille system for birth, marriage certificates, and Senomar. The latter makes us the first country in Southeast Asia to offer such services. The department also won the Ugnayan Award from DBM, which recognized our commitment to accountable, transparent, and efficient procurement. Honorable representatives, we have been through a flurry of activities, and we expect many more in the coming year. We aim to be capable in fulfilling our mandate and even more. To that end, here are our priorities for 2025, and also our trusts. The opening of 4 new foreign service posts, campaigning for a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the years 2027 to 28, preparations for our ASEAN chairmanship in 2026, promotion of the 2016 Arbitral Award, and the retrofitting of the DFA headquarters. In closing, we respectfully request for your favorable consideration of the DFA budget for 2025. Your support would go a long way in ensuring the fulfillment of our mandate to the Filipino people. Allow me now to give the floor to Assistant Secretary Domingo Nolasco, who will elaborate on the financial performance of the department as well as the technical details of our budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With the permission of the Honorable Chairperson.
Lastly, you are recognized.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Your Honors. Before I proceed with the technical details of the DFA's 2025 budget proposal, may I report on our financial performance last year and this year. In 2023, Your Honor, can we, the slides is being arranged. Can we have a few seconds?
Okay.
May I proceed? May I continue?
You may proceed, Asset.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2023, the DFA received a total allotment of 22 billion pesos, of which 3.88 billion was carried over from the 2022 continuing appropriations. The DFA obligated 94% of the 2023 budget and dispersed 80% of it. This is a marked improvement over our financial performance in 2022, when the DFA posted an obligations utilization of 90% and a disbursement utilization of 77%. Consistent with our mandate, the programs, activities, and projects, or PAP, for the coordination of foreign policy, provision of consular services, and conduct of bilateral relations posted the highest BOR last year. Although the assistance to nationals ATN functions of the DFA was transferred to the DMW in 2023, more than 80% of the budget for the ATN was utilized to promote the welfare and protect the interests of Filipinos overseas. We wish to assure our partners, Your Honors, that the Department is earnestly doing its part in ensuring the timely spending of the government's budget as instructed by the President. For the first half of 2024, the DFA has already obligated 58.56% and disbursed 59% of its annual budget, a proof that our expenditure program is implemented as scheduled. Like last year, the PAP for the formulation and coordination of foreign policy, provision of consular services, and the conduct of bilateral relations also posted the highest BOR for the first half of the year. These PAPs include the allotment for our Philippine embassies, consulates general, the Office of Consular Affairs, and the various geographic offices which are at the forefront of our foreign policy mandate. Except for 2022, the DFA has continuously demonstrated efficiency in the utilization of its budget, with our BOR continuously improving year on year. To maximize the impact of our organizational outcomes, we are also aiming for 95% absorptive capacity by year end. No less than the Secretary of Foreign Affairs is personally monitoring our individual offices and foreign service utilization rate. In 2023, the DFA far exceeded its physical performance targets for national security, economic diplomacy, public and cultural diplomacy, and consular services. Our budget for ATN and consular services, which account for 28% of our overall appropriations, have been utilized to deliver almost 1.4 million consular documents, surpassing the target of 1.1 million documents. 3.7 million passport booklets were issued last year. In terms of our ATN services, the decreasing number of Filipinos in need of assistance could be an indication of the effectiveness of the use of our ATN funds. Over the years, the DFA has strategically used the ATN fund in fostering institutional support, creating awareness, and capacity building for Filipinos overseas. Our disbursement from 2023 were further improved to 92% by the first quarter of 2024 due to settlement of our accounts payables. We are committed to post a better performance this year. Out of the 6.3 trillion proposed national budget submitted by the President to Congress, 27.39 billion pesos has been recommended for the DFA and its 4 agencies. Under the National Expenditure Program, the DFA's Office of the Secretary is proposing 27.159 billion pesos. In terms of allotment class, 36% is for personal services, 56% for MOE, and 8% for capital outlays. Net of retirement and life insurance premiums, our proposed budget is 26.9 billion. We thank our partners in Congress for helping the DFA reinstate its annual budget to its regular level in 2024, following a budget cut in 2023. Upon the receipt of our budget confirmation letter this year, the DFA conveyed its concurrence of the proposed 2025 budget to the DBM Secretary. By geographic location, the DFA's home office share is 10 billion pesos, while 11.8 billion pesos will go to our foreign service post, and the remaining 5 billion is for our major frontline services under the Office of Consular Affairs. In terms of our operations, the DFA allots 11.8 billion pesos or 55% to the diplomacy program and 9.8 billion pesos or 45% to the consular and ATN program. 80% of the DFA's overall budget goes to these two major organizational outcomes. Among the major items in our budget for personal services this year are the following: payment of the salaries of our 3,010 field positions, foreign service allowances of our 1,501 personnel stationed in 96 foreign service posts, and terminal benefits of 61 compulsory retirees. Our MOE comprises more than half of our overall budget, will be used for the following major expenses. For consular services, 54.6 million for the second year initial implementation of the e-apostille system, 4.2 billion for e-passport booklets. In our NEP, there is 3.4 million additional provision for our consular offices in Olongapo, Tagbilaran, Pagadian, Balanga, and Candon. The DFA remains committed to protecting and promoting the interests of our national overseas. The 1 billion peso assistance to national fund and the 200 million pesos for the legal assistance fund that have been carried over to 2025 will be used in assisting overseas Filipinos in distress and in crisis situations, especially in countries where there are no migrant workers, officers of the DMW on site. The Office of the Undersecretary for Migration Affairs is also shifting to migration and diaspora management. For the first half of the year, funding for the ATN Fund has assisted 23,000 Filipinos, while the Legal Assistance Fund was tapped to respond for the needs of 642 Filipinos. In the run-up to the 2025 national elections, our Overseas Voting Secretariat is intensifying efforts to encourage more Filipinos overseas to exercise the right to vote. The main mandate of the DFA is the conduct of diplomacy. For 2025, our proposed budget includes 25 million for the UN Security Council seat campaign for the term 2027 to 2028, 2.7 billion for our mandatory contributions to international organizations, and 95 million for the hosting of our international conferences, and 4.3 million for DFA Mindanao, which has been strengthened to better respond to the needs within the southern Philippines, including coordination with the BARM and matters concerning the BIMP-IAGA. In 2026, the Philippines will assume the chairmanship of ASEAN, and under our NEP, 193 million has been allotted for the 2025 preparatory activities. While we intensify our foreign policy mandate, we do this in parallel with our general administration and support programs. As the global demand for travel picks up, the cost of deploying foreign service personnel has also increased. In the NEP, the DFA's total deployment fund for 2025 has been increased to 374 million pesos. Following a series of consultation, the DFA has finally been able to receive the approval for our information system strategic plan. 395 million pesos has been allotted for this. Later this month, the DFA is scheduled to transfer to temporary offices to give way to the retrofitting of the 52-year-old DFA building at 2330 Ross Boulevard. Under the 2025 NEP, we have been proposed a budget of 75 million pesos for the temporary lease, 509 million for the retrofitting of the building, and 1.87 million for project management under a multi-year contractual authority that was given earlier. For our capital outlays, the DFA's NEP includes 298.5 million for the refleeting of 42 motor vehicles in foreign service posts and 2 vehicles in the Home Office. The DFA's building fund has also been allotted 1.450 billion. This will be used for the acquisition of properties and major repairs and maintenance of Philippine government properties overseas. In closing, Your Honor, we wish to assure that the DFA continues to exercise fiscal prudence and ensures that the PAPs directly contribute to the 8-point socio-economic agenda of the President, while staying true to its mission of promoting and protecting the Philippines' national interests in the global community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sec. Nolasco. It's done. So thank you very much to Secretary Manalo for the budget briefing of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So, my dear colleagues, before we proceed with discussion, may I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is given 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell, it means you only have 30 seconds to wind up with your questions. As part of our long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House and followed by the majority members in the alternating manner. The Chair recognizes from the minority, dear colleague, Representative Raul Manuel. You are recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa colleagues natin tsaka sa mga officials ng Department of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Chair, naniniwala po ako na dapat nga given ang nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea, we don't want to heighten confrontations. Gusto nga natin ma-resolve yung usapin in a peaceful and diplomatic manner. Kaso lang, Mr. Chair, dito papasok yung ilan sa mga so far ay questionable na mga developments. Halimbawa, Mr. Chair, kapag nandyan ang United States sa usapin na ito. Mr. Chair, recently ay nag-pledge ng donation ang US at tingin natin it contributes to the opposite direction. Kasi nga, alam natin meron ding dynamic, no? Yung US and China ngayon sa global geopolitics. Mr. Chair, nag-pledge ang US na magdodonate ng $500 million or that's 30 billion pesos in military financing. Mr. Chair, would the DFA know kung Pilipinas lang ba ang bibigyan ng US under that kind of package?
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Congressman. Well, just let me first say yung the $500 million that was included in the foreign military financing for the 2024 budget of the United States Congress. This is really in support for enhancing the capability of the armed forces of the Philippines as well as our Philippine Coast Guard so that we can undertake our territorial defense mission and contribute to our security as well as to regional security. As mentioned, though, the Philippines is not the only beneficiary of this, as I understand. It's U.S. I know that the countries such as Israel, Jordan, and Egypt have also benefited from such financing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sa ibang mga bansa sa Southeast Asia, meron din bang binigyan?
I think Vietnam binigyan.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can the DFA confirm na bahagi ito ng yung $500 million part siya ng $2 billion na package na donasyon ng US sa ganito mga bansa?
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask our Assistant Secretary for American Affairs to address that particular question? Si Asek Gonzaga.
Asek Gonzaga, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Yes, sir, we can confirm that that is part of the $2.5 billion supplemental funding for the Indo-Pacific.
So kung ganun, Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin, ang donasyon na yan ay hindi siya masasabi o maituturing na donasyon lang purely para makatulong sa Pilipinas. Dahil nga kung ito ay bahagi pala ng ganitong $2 billion package ng US, ibig sabihin, nakapangibabaw dito kung ano ang mga interest talaga ng Estados Unidos. Ibig sabihin, hindi ito matatawag lang na ito ay isang donation na walang bahid din talaga ng kung ano din ang mga interest ng Estados Unidos. Kaya delikado, Mr. Chair, ang ganitong pinapasok natin. Alam natin na ang US has been acting like a global police. It has lots of even military bases na nakakalat sa iba't ibang mga bahagi ng mundo. So we are allowing ourselves to be in such kind of a position, Mr. Chair. Also, we heard from Philippine ambassador to the US na sa $500 million US dollars, 125 million doon, or that's 1/4, ay naka-allot siya for EDCA basis. Can the DFA confirm?
Secretary Manalo. Yeah, Asa Gonzaga, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, sir, the $125 million is actually contained in President Biden's budget message for 2025. So it's not included in the 500. So that is on top of the 500 million under the Indo-Pacific supplemental. Thank you.
Kasi, Mr. Chair, ito from the Washington Times, Philippine ambassador to the US, Sir Jose Manuel Romualdez was quoted. Ang sabi po dito, mayroong $500 million na US military financing which would include funding for reinforcing the Navy's capability, and about 125 million doon sa 500 would be used for construction and other improvements in parts of Philippine military bases to be occupied by US forces under the 2014 EDCA. So, can the DFA confirm that?
Asa Gonzaga.
Yes, sir. Sir, as I said, no, that we cannot confirm that because that is inaccurate. I don't know if Ambassador Romualdez was just misquoted. I was not at the interview, but the $125 million that he is referring to for EDCA sites and EDCA projects is on top of the $500 million from the supplemental for the Indo-Pacific.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, hiwalay yung 500 million, hiwalay pa yung 125 million na specific for the EDCA basis. So kung ganun, Mr. Chair, mas nakakatakot. Mas malaking pera pala talaga yung ini-invest sa atin ng United States for the interest. Mr. Chair, sino po ang nagsabi o saan nang galing yung initiative na yung 125 million ay para talaga yung specific sa EDCA basis? Is it from the Philippine government or is it from the US government?
Secretary Manalo. Okay, Asa Gonzaga.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I cannot speak to the exact, well, obviously the $125 million is a request from the U.S. administration to the U.S. Congress. So the bottom line is that it is an American government request to their Congress. But let me just say, Mr. Chair, that there is a process, and it's a joint process between the Philippines and the United States in terms of identifying the kinds of projects that we want to undertake in EDCA sites, as well as the, I guess, the formulation of budget for those particular projects.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, that just confirms sa yung banggit natin kanina na kung yung initiative ay mas nagagaling talaga dun sa US, ibig sabihin hindi ito talaga aid na genuine, but it is imposed spending sa atin para sa interest nila. So, Mr. Chair, kaya talaga malaking red flag ito para sa atin kasi while the US poses to be promoter of international law and supporter of our sovereignty, pero Mr. Chair, that it's contradicted by its recent actions, lalo na US pinopondahan yung genocide sa Palestine, Mr. Chair. So how can it say that it's really for sovereignty of countries and it wants to uphold international law? So on a different topic na lang for my remaining time, Mr. Chair, yung sa Myanmar situation. Kasi nga, nandiyan ang National Unity Government with duly elected representatives na isang tabi lang dahil sa military junta, but the NUG has significant supervision even in many areas sa ngayon ng Myanmar. So, have we already engaged with the National Unity Government?
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just If I could even one quick response to the previous topic. Just on the EDCA sites, much of the financing is for refurbishing, but the basic thing I'd like to say is that any activity undertaken at the EDCA sites has to be done through mutual agreement. And it cannot be imposed on any particular country. It has to be done by agreement. Dun po on Myanmar, the Philippines basically and does continue to subscribe to the 5-point consensus of ASEAN. That is the pillar of our engagement. And in that 5-point consensus included is our cooperation or discussions with all stakeholders, including the NUG and other stakeholders in Myanmar. So we are guided by that. We have been supporting ASEAN efforts, especially through the ASEAN Troika, to see whether we can bring and discuss bring together all the stakeholders. That has been our approach. So, and we are continuing to do that. Ang problema, of course, it's not a very easy task because of the conflict now going on in Myanmar. And therefore, our goal really here has been more on emphasizing humanitarian provision of humanitarian assistance. And we have been working with through ASEAN with the stakeholders. So that has been our approach ever since the 5-point consensus was adopted, even with the agreement of the Myanmar government at the time.
So a quick last clarification lang, Mr. Chair. So bukas tayo, pero in these recent times, meron na po ba nangyari na ayan, nakipag-usap tayo with them, got to relate with them?
Well, yun po ang problema because of the conflict and because of apparently the irreconcilable differences in the views of the various protagonists. It's very hard to get them together. Pero nevertheless, these efforts are continuing. As I understand, at least the ASEAN Troika is now open to discussing even with other countries who have sent special envoys, including the UN, to deal with this issue. But
Mr. Chair, yung question po is, tayo as Philippine government with the NUG, may ganun na po bang nangyaring communications?
yeah, well, maybe I could ask our Undersecretary Lasso for that.
You said, Lasso, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Your Honor. Doon po sa tanong nyo, kung direct engagement, hindi po natin ginagawa pa yan dahil we are looking into that aspect of being part of the ASEAN grouping because ASEAN has appointed a special envoy just for Myanmar. Ang chairman po ngayon ay Laos, and Laos with special and the other representatives, they kinakausap po nila lahat na stakeholders, including particularly the NUG.
Okay, so yun na lang, Mr. Chair. Sana talaga ma-exhaust natin lahat kasi nga kung discredited na rin even within ASEAN and even in the international community, yung junta ng Myanmar, then I think for us to really reach the representatives of Myanmar, andyan na rin naman yung NUG. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Manuel. Now, from the majority, the chair recognizes my good friend, Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, before Congressman Rufus, may I interject in relation to the questions of Congressman Manuel?
Okay, Congressman Amante, you are recognized.
Asik Gonzaga made mention that the fund that the Philippines will get in the U.S. has been requested by President Biden to the U.S. Congress. So may I know if the U.S. Congress has approved the budget?
Asik Gonzaga, right? Yes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Abante. As far as we know, it's still pending in the U.S. Congress. Po.
So we're not going to be sure that the U.S. Congress would actually approve the budget. Am I right?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's going to be up to the US Congress.
Thank you, my co-sponsor. Now, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to greet Secretary Manalo and all the family of the officialdom of the Department of Foreign Affairs, many of whom are my good friends from way back. And especially I'd like to make special mention to Ambassador Yusek Mar Meliko, because he comes from the city of Golden Friendship. let me congratulate Mr. Chairman. Now we have to put on record that Congress, most of us, are in support and would thank Secretary Manalo and our Foreign Affairs Department for a robust and proper policy, foreign policy in our country, especially on the West Philippine Sea. We see now the President himself, in his first State of the Nation address, never to give an inch of Philippine territory to anyone. And we will, in second speech, Sona, we shall never yield, and our rights in the West Philippine Sea is not an imagination, he said it in Tagalog, but it's a reality that we should always fight for as long as we are united. Article 1, Mr. Chairman, of the Constitution is about national territory. All the rest, economic, cultural, is secondary to our territory, and that is why Article 1 is on the national territory. And the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas clearly states that we have sovereign rights over a 200-mile exclusive economic zone. And then this was reiterated and decided by the International Tribunal July 12, 2016, when China's 9-dash line were totally declared to be baseless and illegal. So thank you, Secretary, for making sure that for the posterity of our country, for our children and grandchildren, we're going to make sure that our exclusive economic zone of 200 miles from the baselines will remain Philippine territory. We will never compromise with any country trying to breach and intrude in our territory. And that is why we are very happy with what you're doing, and not only that, your embassies abroad, and I have the opportunity to be able to be with them. They are really working hard for the welfare of our Filipinos abroad. And that is why you deserve to be supported in your budget. I find your 27 billion budget very small. And I would like to ask the Secretary, what are other, you know, the DBM will always, the DBM is here, correct? I'm sure you submitted a higher budget. How much was submitted? And how much was slashed? Because here, Chairman Stella Kimbo and Joseph Violago, they will lead a charge of restoring your budget that was slashed.
Anyone from BBN will answer that?
Yeah.
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Congress. But my information is that we got about 98% of our requests from DBM.
So how about the 2%?
We didn't get it.
All your priority programs have been now included in our NEP. Is that the right thing? Or there's anything else that is not needed?
Yes, sir. At least from our discussions and our identified priorities, they are covered by the.
My next question is, I have been to the embassies. The problem is, our embassies do not have funds for the celebration of our Independence Day. They get this from the MOE. In other words, not a separate fund. They have no separate fund to make sure, because our budget is very small abroad. Can we include that we have funds to all our embassies so that pag June 12 na, eko na, may magasto na. Secondly, when they host events, business, entrepreneurial events, commerce, and then also cultural events. Can you know whether the Secretary can have that included? And also, finally, in Gulf State countries, the holiday is Friday. And so, our embassy officials go to the office and have offices on Saturday without any remuneration, volunteers. I think we should be able to also remunerate them because they are working beyond the required days of service. So, apat na yan. The ambassador of of Argentina is asking that we put a roofing on the third floor so that we can have our Filipinos meet there. You see? And then we have to, in our K plus 12, we pay only, very happy na 5,000 na kasi when I was a new congressman here. This is my 14th time to attend, never miss a DFA budget hearing. And I thank God for the grace in being able to come here. And so from 1,000, naging 2,000, naging 5,000 na, di ba? Dollars yung ating mga anak. Why don't we also, kasi sa abroad, 3 years yung kinder eh. Don't you agree? We only pay 1 kinder. Can you increase that to 2 kinders at least? 2 years before the 12. Okay? I will give you the other litany of requests because I have been in touch with your ambassadors in the field. And so this is what I'd like to ask. 30 seconds. So may we know the response of the ambassador on the request of the field for this. And the last one is, I still have 20 seconds. The last one is the apostille. I'm very happy that you have the apostille, e-apostille, because there are so many businessmen, there are so many applicants to try to go abroad to work. And if they come, I noticed that you have 5 apostille offices in Metro Manila. Out of the 16 regional offices, only 7. 8 are not. So what happens to them? They come to Manila, very expensive. Apostille, there should be apostille, open it up in all our regional offices, or immediately implement the e-apostille system so that you are able to help businessmen, our labor, our overseas workers who need all of this certification of authentication. So may we know now from the Secretary about these 6 items.
Mr. Secretary, kindly respond with the issues raised and request by Representative Rufus Rodriguez one by one. Because it's 6 issues, right? 6 requests.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond in general, and I'll ask Nolasco on the individual. Just let me say that what the congressman observed is actually correct. Most of these activities that he mentioned, we finance through, we augment through other funds. So we don't have any particular fund. For example, in terms of Independence Day, we get that from the MOE. Yeah, the cultural fund. So we have no specific fund. In fact, in all of those areas you mentioned. And I'm also would like to confirm what you said about e-apostille. We are really going full force now, and we've managed to get more countries to recognize our e-apostille. I think ngayon we only have 2 countries who are still not yet recognizing our e-apostille, but we're working very hard. So hopefully very soon we will have universal recognition. But perhaps on the individual points, could I ask the...
Yes, Secretary Nolasco, you're recognized.
Commission of the Secretary and Your Honor, Mr. Chair. With respect to the allowances, thank you, Congressman Rufus, that with the cooperation with the DBM, the DFA and the DBM already conducted its review of the foreign service allowances, and a draft executive order is now in the pipeline. In fact, it's already included, Mr. Chair, in the 2nd year funding for the new allowances is now a line item in the miscellaneous personnel benefits fund of so it's in the pipeline, Your Honor. With respect to the augmentation of foreign service posts, we saw your recommendations, sir, with respect to the Santiago Philippine Embassy. Their MOU was already augmented to enable them to more than 1 million, sir, pesos for their activities for the June 12. And we do this for all other posts. The posts we just have to submit to the Home Office the program of activities, financial plan, and then the Home Office give them MOE for the celebration of the cultural activities. So with respect to what you mentioned about the Philippine Embassy in Buenos Aires for the repair, the DFA is a building fund. Next year, sir, it's 1.4 billion. So the committee in the DFA, upon its recommendation, the Secretary approves, and these posts are given funding so that they will be able to major repairs for the chancery. So kung wala man sir dun sa post yung pera, nasa home office, maghingi lang po sila ng ano to. Yun lang po sir. Thank you sir. Thank you Mr. Chair. Consular. Okay.
Yes, Secretary Manalo.
Could I ask,
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, we're very, very happy to report, sir, that since we launched the apostille on March 19, we have issued already close to 2,800 e-apostilles. And right now, sir, out of the 39 consular offices all over the country, with 3 more to be opened at the end of the year, we have 11 COs, sir, that services apostilles. Sir, the biggest challenge, and thank you for helping us out on this, sir, the biggest challenge, sir, is the limitation of space of our COs. We work closely with malls, and ideally, sir, for us to effectively and efficiently serve, we need about 750 square meters each. But we have certain COs, sir, that only give us 300 square meters. So it's the space limitation, sir, that prevents us from opening up apostilles. But we have 11 out of 39 COs, sir.
Lastly, the educational.
With permission of the Chair and the Secretary, sir, currently the educational allowances at the DFA is based on R8 10533 on the K-12 on Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. The basis sir, now is a joint circular between the DBM and the DFA.
Yes.
So with your suggestion, we will propose again and what you call this, if it can be increased, because before it was 3,500, it was increased to 5,000. And with your suggestion, sir, if it can cover another child, we will propose, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you to our Department of Foreign Affairs. May I now be excused. I am attending a hearing to abolish and declare illegal e-sabong. So, yung POGO, wala na yun. E-sabong na naman tayo. Andiyan pa rin eh.
Your
Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
before my good friend Congressman Rufus go, I would just like to ask him if you can help the sponsors of this budget in the DFA to increase that so that all of your questions can be satisfied.
Second the motion. To increase pa, to include. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you very much. For our next interpolator from the minority, the chair recognizes Assistant Minority Leader Marisa Magsino.
Magandang umaga po sa ating mga colleagues, of course, our former President Gugario Macapagal Arroyo, to our DFA Family Secretary Manalo, sa inyo pong lahat, magandang araw po. Unang-una po, gusto ko pong magpasalamat ang OFW Party List dahil sa paglibot po natin sa iba't ibang bansa, kagaya po ng Saudi Arabia, UAE, Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, lahat po ng mga bansang pinuntahan ko, nakita ko po kung gaano ka-hardworking, gaano ka-organize ang ating mga post, ang ating consular, ang ating embassy, at nakita ko po kung gaano ka-dedicated ang ating mga officials na nandoon. Kahit po kung minsan may mga problema at yun po yung medyo iisa-isahin natin. But kudos po at alam ko po ang ating mga OFWs ay napakaganda po ng kanila pong pagkalinga sa kanila po. Maraming salamat po sa lahat po sa inyo. Maraming salamat, Secretary Manalo. Ngayon po, dito po sa pagbisita natin sa Saudi Arabia at sa UAE noong nakaraang July, medyo nakapagbisita tayo, nakita po natin at nakausap ang mga Filipino community leaders natin. Nakita po natin ang kakulangan ng organic na personnel para po palakasin natin yung ating delivery of service sa ating mga embahada at sa ating mga konsulado. Sa ngayon po, marami tayong local hires na napakababa po ng sweldo, nagiging dahilan kung bakit minsan napapirate at kalimitan napapirate po sila ng ibang mga embassies. Lalo na po yung mga translator natin ng mga dialect, mga local languages, napakahirap daw kasi ang kanilang salary ay hindi po kagaya nung at par sa mga locals na pinapasweldo po ng ibang mga embahada, and the very reason kaya napaka-low po ng hiring natin sa local. Napakahirap po kasi na hindi magkaintindihan, hindi alam ang batas, hindi alam ang culture, hindi magkaintindihan sa simple lang po na pag-uusap. So ang mga local hires natin is very important. Number 2, yung ating pong pangangailangan po, syempre na pag-usapan naman po, gusto kong matanong natin, yung ating pong mga personnel, para po mga OFW yan eh. Malayo rin po yan sa pamilya at alam naman po natin na napakababa ng kanilang mga sweldo. At ito po ay para po sa lahat ng foreign service personnel natin. Dito po ba sa ating personal services increase? Sila po ba ay nakita ko po dito, meron tayong increase, kasama na po itong pag-increase ng mga salary ng ating mga foreign post. Tama? Tama po ba yon? Okay, thank you so much for that po. Ngayon po gusto ko pong sabihin, doon na po tayo, tapos tayo doon sa mga salaries po. Meron po, ilang pong bantaon ang term ng bawat foreign post officer natin na nasa abroad? Ilang taon sila dapat po?
Secretary Manalo?
Mr. Chair.
Normally, 6 years.
6 years.
Normally, but
Normally.
maraming mga variation.
Yes, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong sabihin dahil sila po kasi ang tumatanggap po ng mga problema sa araw-araw. Sila po yung nai-stress. Sila po yung talagang feeling nila. Kaya minsan po ang dami pong nakakarating minsan sa atin, ang suplado naman na nasa embassy. Sabi ko, human factor po yan. Kung kayo po stress sa araw-araw na 8 hours kayo na puro problema binibigay sa inyo, pag uwi din ng ating mga foreign post officers, nai-imbibe po nila yan. So kung pwede po, isa rin po na kahilingan natin kung pwedeng magkaroon ng parang wellness something sa area po ng ating mga foreign post. Kasi po, ang mental health problem po, hindi lamang po para sa OFW, para po sa ating mga personnel abroad na malalayo po sa mahal nila sa buhay. Iyan po ay isang request na kung maaari po ay idagdag natin. Kung meron pong konting gym dyan, kung medyo konting pwedeng kantahan dyan o whatever, basta wellness na pwede pong maibigay po sa kanila. At isa pa po magiging request ko, Mr. Chair, Secretary Manalo, ay kung pwede na magkaroon po ng ating mga mental or psychologists or psychiatrists, counseling po para po sa mga humihingi po ng tulong sa kanila when they are distressed. Ang sabi po ng ating mga consulate, embahada, ma'am, hindi naman po kasi namin expertise ito. Wala po kaming pwedeng maiharap sa kanila when it comes sa mga counseling na very important, lalo na po malayo po sa ating bansa. Ngayon po, Secretary, Mr. Chair, gusto ko po ipahiwatig din na yung pagtatayo natin ng mga satellite offices sa mga embahada dahil po, yes po, dahil po alam po natin ang KSA napakalayo po. Yung pwede po na medyo kaya Riyadh to Consulate or whatever, kung Riyadh to Jeddah, napakalayo daw po bago sila makapag-respond sa kanilang mga concerns. So kung pwede, alam naman po natin na meron yung prinsipyo ng reciprocity sa international relations, pero nagagawa naman nila ng paraan. So hopefully, magawan po natin ito ng paraan. Gusto ko lamang pong sabihin na ang OFW party list po ay buong support dahil alam po natin na kailangan po na ang ating benepisyo sa ating mga foreign personnel posts ay maiayos at ang hiling na kung pwede po ba yung 6 years na yon medyo mapababat, makauwi naman po sila dahil napakahirap kasi po ang pag-uwi nila, gastos din po nila yon na personal. Hiling po nila kung minsan kung may i-repatriate, nag-aagawan sila kung sino po ang mag-a-accompany doon po sa i-repatriate. Mr. Chair, Ms. Secretary Manalo.
Secretary Manalo, kindly respond. I think that there are 5 or 6 issues and requests raised by Representative Magsino. all in 5 minutes. So can you respond on individual issues and requests?
Thank you, Chair, and salamat po, Congresswoman. Thank you for your full support, DFA. Dun sa mga questions, could I, if with your permission, farm them out? Kasi very detailed, but just to assure the Congresswoman that we have read your recommendations sa report mo on the visit to Saudi Arabia. So we are already familiar with them and we're looking into them. Doon po sa local hires issue, could I ask Yusek Morales and perhaps also to address yung wellness issue in one?
Yeah, Yusek Morales, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Representative Magsino for the question and for your concern to our OFWs. We are aware that you have been visiting our posts, meeting with the community, and also learning about the conditions, not just of the OFWs, but also of our personnel in the various posts. And we note that there is a concern for lack of personnel. That is correct, ma'am. That's why we have been reviewing the staffing pattern throughout the world. There are adjustments that we are proposing to the DBM because when there are certain changes that require different personal complement. Halimbawa po, nung in-increase ang validity ng passport sa 10 taon, bumaba po ang bilang ng mga nag-a-apply nagre-renew ng passport. Lahat po yan, mula Saudi Arabia, UAE, Hong Kong, Singapore. That's why we are reviewing and finding out the volume of work and making adjustments and recommendation. But it's a work in progress po. So we are attending to that. On the local hires, it is correct in several countries. In the Middle East, we really need interpreters in Arabic. And of course, if we get good interpreters, we have to pay higher. That is also true. But one way we are addressing this, Your Honor, is recently, the payment of salaries of local hires have been transferred from PS to MOOE, which gives us some latitude in making adjustments in pay and benefits. And whenever overtime is also allowed for local hires, and whenever it's difficult to give them, because of budget constraint, these benefits, we allow for compensatory time off. May mga panahon naman pong hindi masyadong kinakailangan ng interpreter, pinapayagan pa po natin silang lumiban sa trabaho. Although we try to pay overtime pay as much as possible within the limits of the budget. On the 6-year tour of duty, although the normal tour of duty is 6 years, for hardship posts, yun po talagang mahihirap, delikado, mabigat ang trabaho, we allow for cross-posting. And our rules also provide for home office consultation, especially for hardship posts. Kasi po, yung mga nasa Baghdad, yung mga nasa Damascus, they are Tripoli, they are allowed to come home at least twice a year. For other posts, we are looking at the possibility of allowing home office consultation. On wellness, we are also the HRMO, we are represented here by also the HRMO Assistant Secretary. We have a counseling program which is conducted by an outsourced licensed psychologist because they are aware of the situation of personnel abroad, especially our personnel and including OFWs. This wellness program is conducted virtually. And treated with utmost confidentiality kasi minsan nahihiya naman yung ating mga kababayan na sobrang stressed na malaman pa ng iba ang kanilang mental health or emotional health. So we do virtual counseling and with confidentiality, meaning one-on-one with our licensed psychologist. And this is not only for our personnel, Your Honor. It's also open to the dependents because, of course, their mental well-being are related. Siyempre ko, kung ang kanilang mga dependents may mental stress, mental health issues, it also affects them and also their work. We also regularly organize webinars on mental health and well-being. It's very important. We realized this during the pandemic, but it's a continuing concern on the mental health and well-being. On satellite offices, before we can open for any satellite office, or even if we are moving our embassy or our consulate, we really need the approval of the host government. Hindi po tayo pwedeng magbukas. And I think for Saudi Arabia, we have some challenges in getting the approval of the host government in several areas. And may I just add, we were told that you recommended, ma'am, a psychological first aid seminar workshop at our embassy in Riyadh and our consulate general in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for the recommendation, ma'am. And we are currently exploring the immediate conduct of this workshop po. Salamat po sa inyong suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary. Yeah, Yusek De Vega, your recommendation.
Yes, Madam, thank you. Always a great pleasure.
Yes po.
That's precisely why we are requesting the same amount for ATN, Assistance to Nationals Funds. Although a lot of the ATN fund is not just purely used for direct assistance to an overseas Filipino, but it can be used under guidelines for programs and other expenses for the benefit of our overseas Filipinos. So it has been used in many occasions by posts to hire translators and other assistants under contract, because it's for the benefit of the kababayans abroad. So for us to retain our budget will give us a beautiful feeling, as beautiful as yourself and all the lady legislators across the table. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for that. Isang very short lang po. Ano po, Mr. Chair, ano po ba ang ating laye o ang ating regulasyon pag ang isang OFW ay namatay na po sa ibang bansa at ang problema po ay hindi po maiuwi dahil wala pong exit visa? Ano po ang nagiging bilateral labor agreement natin tungkol dito? Kasi marami po tayo nakausap, wala po silang exit visa, namatay na po, so hindi po ma-repatriate dahil walang exit visa. Ano po ang regulasyon natin dito, Madam Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yusek De Vega, your
Madam, I need clarification. Walang exit visa yung namatay.
Yes.
We will not...
Dahil daw po, ito yung issue na napakarami dahil may utang issue. May utang, ano yan, tawag yan, may loan na hindi po nababayaran, na kinamatayan na po, nagkasakit na po, wala nang pambayad. And I also have talked to DMW about it, but then sa issue po ng DMW, ano po ang magagawa po ng DFA sa ganito pong mga sitwasyon? Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
I ask yung loan ba, is it from private sector or the government ng nasabing bansa?
Mr. Chair, pwede po itong private o pwede pong, I doubt naman po na government kasi baka naman po, baka po private or government, I'm not sure lang po, Mr. Chair.
Yusek De Vega.
Wala pa kami experience na yun ang issue sa shipment of remains na may utang yung namatay. No? However, we do allow the funds to be used to pay what we call exit penalties, exit visas or so. We don't call it payment of utang because technically we should not be paying utang. But if a court or an administrative body imposes an amount needed so that makauwi, and that amount might actually be an utang, but hindi nakalagay utang, it's just an amount, we will pay for it para lang mapauwi na as soon as possible.
Ayun, that's very nice.
Some I've heard of this, ma'am. Kasi why would you require an exit visa for a dead body? You know, I mean, that's strange. Yeah.
Narinig ko po ito sa community town hall meeting namin in Saudi Arabia and UAE, and this is a common knowledge to everyone. And the very reason is parang maiyak-iyak nga sila, patay na, hindi pa maiuwi sa sariling bansa. And I've learned that 180 days, pag hindi ka nagkaroon ng exit visa for any other reason, sila po ang magbe-bury sa bangkay, and hindi na po pwedeng kunin ng familia. Yun lang po.
Madam,
Mr. Chair.
mangyaring contact us right away, and we will do something about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much to our assistant minority leader, Marisa Magsino. Before I recognize our next interpreter, may I ask our good secretary, with the current increase of our yung mga cost po ng living allowance na, then increase of lahat ng mga basic commodities, may I ask, yung salary for sa mga foreign posts compared to other third world countries, ano ho ba? Is it malayo na, or practically nandun naman pa rin tayo sa level na competitive pa rin yung binibigay natin? Or may adjustment na ho ba?
Well, Congress, Honorable Chair, I think first on salaries, of course, yung salary na tatanggap nila is our salary here. So where the competitive thing is the allowances. Ngayon sa like overseas allowance, housing allowance, etc. I think I'll ask Sec Nolasco perhaps to say something here. But I think in general, my experience abroad, we're like on the middle level. Kasi mga higher, obviously, hindi tayo makakompare sa mga...
Yeah, so because the salaries, I believe meron tayong batas dyan, diba? May salary grade. So yung allowances.
Allowances ang...
At saka siguro, sabi nga ni ating senior, paano kino-compute yung allowances para yung living allowance do sa bansa na yun, maging compensate.
I think, they vary on UN rates, pero I'll ask ASIC.
Secretary, with the permission of the chair, in the DFA, sir, as the Secretary mentioned, we are under the salary standardization rate that we're part of. But when we are assigned abroad, we are given allowances. Currently, sir, it's based on an executive order that was issued in 2013 that provides for the allowances of not only the DFA personnel, but all personnel of government agencies that are posted abroad, armed forces, DTI, and other. Sir, this rate is based on the International Civil Service Commission. They have a price index. So the current review, sir, is based on that, the average price indices. So on the question, sir, of whether what we are receiving, yes, ma'am, it's quite competitive. It's similar to what the UN is now following when they post the personnel abroad. Currently, sir, for the DSA, we follow the UN rate for the DSA whenever we travel. But for the rates of the foreign personnel assigned abroad, it's based on the same criteria, sir.
When you say it's based on the same criteria, does it differ sa different countries or practically worldwide parehas yun?
Sir, they have index for identified countries.
Identified countries.
Like New York is, for purposes of the index, New York is 100. And then for other places, it's 98 ang index. So you have the allowances and multiply po yung index. For countries where the cost of living is quite low, ang index perhaps will be 80 compared to 100 in New York. But yung base is the same for all, and it depends on the rank. And also it depends on whether if the person is married or a single officer. Thank you.
Okay. Okay na. Okay, our next interpreter from the majority, the chair recognizes Representative Mark Go from Baguio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po. Unang-una sa ating pong dating Pangulong Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, ating pong Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and other officials of the department. Ang una ko po talaga itatanong yung pong binanggit ni Chairman po, kasi ang daming issues about pay, benefits, education, and so forth and so on. Ito po ang tatanong ko sana sa general, how competitive are we? And I think this was asked already. As far as pay and benefits, kasi kung bibigay natin
individual itong mga package na binibigay natin. Baka naman pag kinompute natin yung total package, offline. Kailangan tingnan yung buong competitive position ng different positions in our different foreign assignments ng ating mga kababayan. We should be internally equitable and at the same time externally competitive. Yung nga po, banggit na meron palang index na ginagamit. And tama po yan, yun po. Kailangan, ang siguro trabaho ng HR natin sa DFA para tingnan yung competitive position ng ating mga foreign officials outside of the country, both pay and benefits, tsaka yung total package. So, I don't know. Kasi I requested this before, but I don't know if DFA has done already the work to really look at to similarly situated countries. Kasi yun po, ang basic pay natin, pero yung allowances nagbabaryan depende where they are assigned. Yung pong pangalawang tanong ko related to this, you have a total plantilla positions of more than 3,000, 3,303 as indicated in the report, and about 10% are unfilled right now. And I assume that you have so much savings as far as this unused or unfilled positions. Yun po bang mga savings ninyo rito, nagagamit po ba ninyo, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Secretary, before you answer that question, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of our senior Deputy Majority Leader, Ferdinand Alexander Marcos. Morning. Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just give a very general reply. Then, if you could permit, I'll turn the floor to you, my ASECs. First, to ensure the honorable congressman, we're always trying to maintain yung external competitiveness ng aming posts abroad. That's why we're using now the UN index. And then, of course, to try and make the internal factor also equitable as much as possible. Doon po sa unfilled posts, I think we have an answer for that, and I think I will ask our colleague from our human resource. So first, on the first question, can I ask Asek Nolasco on the competitiveness issue?
Yeah, Asek Nolasco.
The Chair and the Secretary. Sir, thank you for your concern. I recall you raised this earlier last year. After that, sir, DBM has been cooperative with us to review the allowances, which was last reviewed, sir, in 2013. Under the Foreign Service Law, nire-require po yung periodic review to ensure that hindi tayo masyadong malayo dun sa ibang bansa. And as I mentioned earlier, sir, it's based on the UN International Civil Service Commission rates that is posted online. So nakikita natin po. So hopefully, sir, ma-approve by the President later this year. In fact, sir, yung aming proposal sa Tier 2 namin, in-include na namin yung second year's requirement. Pero since wala pa ho yung executive order, nilagay muna doon sa miscellaneous personnel benefits fund yung 900 plus million pesos for the second year's implementation. So thank you for that, sir.
Mr. Chair, on the question on the unfilled post and the savings.
Who will answer? Secretary
Asek Montero, of our human resource.
Asek Montero, you are ready.
Thank you very much.
Asek Montero, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Secretary, Mr. Chair. As far as unfilled plantilla items in the department is concerned, the data I understand that was provided to the committee was submitted way back in April. That's why it was significantly larger. But since July 31st, now we have significantly reduced the number of unfilled items, Mr. Chair. It's now down to 257 unfilled items. The reason for this being that majority of these unfilled items pertain to FSO positions, foreign service officers, and some of the members may be aware how tough and rigorous the FSO exams are. And for the past 2 to 3 years, no, we have only passed a little less than 50 FSOs, no. So that significantly contributes to the high relatively higher number of unfilled items, Mr. Chair. But as to whether we are able to utilize savings from our PS, no, for these unfilled items, I would defer to my Assistant Secretary of Fiscal. I understand, no, based my own basic knowledge, you cannot realign PS to MOE. No. So they remain part of the PS, I think, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Yes, Representative.
Yeah, okay, I think I understand that. Now, in terms of, you have a budget proposal of 27 billion, and I understand you have some internally generated income. I would like to know if you are allowed to spend this internally generated income for other expenses that you have in the department, or you have to immediately remit this to the National Treasury, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Secretary Manalo.
If I could ask ASEC Nolasco to give the response.
Yeah, Asek Nolasco, you're recognized.
Permission of the Secretary and the Chair. Your Honor, in the DFA, we have an internally generated fund. It's called the Passport Revolving Fund. The amounts that we collect for that, we are allowed to use that for passport, consular, and other department services, except travel, representation, and representation expenses. So that one, Your Honor, is part of that. It's a trust fund under the special provisions of the DFA and also under the passport law. So the DFA keeps that. As of last month, we have already about 700 million balance for that.
Annually, how much is the internally generated income?
About 400, sir. 400 million.
A year.
A year, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So this helps you in terms of your other expenses, except as you mentioned, travel, PS, and other expenditures.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, almost one half of this is for the salaries and other.
So you're allowed. But these are job orders, I think.
No, sir. These are contractual personnel.
Contractual or COS.
Mainly doing passporting and consular work in the home office and also in our consular offices all over the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question. I'd like to ask, just like what was asked earlier on the West Philippine Sea, I know that every nation, when they deal with other nations, their primary concern is their national interest. Is that correct, Secretary? Just like us, we deal with the U.S. or any other country for that matter, because we'd like to protect our national interest.
Yes, Secretary Manalo.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, the fundamental priority of every country is to protect national interest.
Now, with the situation that is happening in the West Philippine Sea, have we start thinking of having a backdoor negotiation with the other party, Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Your Honorable. I think, well, of course, we try and keep our communications open with every country. We have, and we do this through various means. And it's good to have many possibilities because sometimes one channel works better than another. And this we apply to many of our partners. So the whole idea is to have lines of communication open, especially if there's a need to discuss.
So in other words, you are saying in effect, yes, to my question, Mr. Secretary. And I agree with that effort that you are doing, Mr. Secretary, outside of the usual diplomatic ways of establishing and building relations with our nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Mark Go. Our next interpolator from the minority, Representative Arlene Brosas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, direct na lang dun sa tanong para mabilis, no? Mr. Chair, under the special provisions, may budget ang DFA for passport booklets and any Division C will be augmented by the passport revolving fund, right? At yun po yung medyo tanong ni Kong Marco. Ngayon, bakit po hindi free yung reissue ng mga passports natin? Tapos may mga cases pa na merong third parties na nagva-vouch sa consular office pero may additional fee na sinasabi. So Mr. Chair, gusto nating maliwanagan doon.
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask our ASEC Cruz to respond to that, please? ASEC Cruz.
ASEC Adelio Cruz, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, ma'am, we would like to clarify po, third party. There's no third party presence po in providing service for passports through the DFA. Baka naman mga ano po ito? Baka naman mga fixers po ito, ma'am. Nagpipresenta lang po sila sa labas ng mga consular offices.
Secretary, maybe Representative Brosas is referring nyo sa mga agency. Ganun ba yun?
Ang balita po natin, ang report sa atin, may mga cases na merong third parties na vouched ng consular office pero may additional fee daw na hinihiling sa kanila.
Third parties.
You're denying na may mga consulate office tayo na nagsasabi, no, na vouch nila, na binavouch nila itong mga ito at may additional fee na
Representative Brosas, are you referring to all consular office abroad or abroad?
Okay. If I may clarify, Mr. Chair, Madam Representative, this might be the passport assistant centers called PARCS po, no? Or passport renewal centers actually in particular. There are a few of our foreign service posts that have this currently as of October 23, 2023, there are 16 parks po, no? Now, we are also expressing concern po because right now we have been observing a downtrend in the renewal po of passports.
Actually, oo, sinabi niyo po yan kanina na bumababa yung bilang na nagpapapassport. So kung bumababa, tapos meron kayong budget na 4 billion sa GAA noong 2024, di ba? Kamusta yung utilization nito? Tapos ngayon humingi kayo ng 4.2. Almost the same di ba? 4.2 ngayon for the net ng 2025. Mr. Chair, kaya ko tinatanong, kung gano'n, dapat hindi naniningil yung mga consulate ng added, no, for passport renewal, kasi ano naman purchase of passport booklets naman yung nakalagay dito So yun naman yung inaangal ng mga natin. Kung may added fee pa sa kanila, parang meron naman tayong pondo na ganito. So saan natin to ni-utilize?
Mr. Secretary, I'll ask Adelio Cruz, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, ma'am, we have a schedule of fees po all over the world, and we follow those schedules of fees religiously. So, hindi po kami nagbabayad sa mga parks. Baka naman po itong mga parks ang nagdadagdag ng service fee nila, no, doon sa mga aplikante.
Ang banggit po sa atin particular para mapabilis ang issuance.
The right question is, do you allow yung third parties na yan or kasi ang tingin ko, Secretary, Representative Brosas is referring yung nag-vouch galing sa consular office. So yun yung allegation. Am I right, Representative? Yes. So kaya since nag-vouch, mayroong additional fee dahil may someone from the consular office may nag-vouch para mag-renew ng passport. So kaya sila naniningil ng additional fee because of that guarantee na nag-vouch sa loob ng office. No, I think this is an allegation because there is no such thing as formal negotiation between the two parties. It's more of allegation that someone is using the Consular Affairs Office to vouch for this person at tapos naniningil yung
Kasi,
third party.
Mr. Chair, gusto nating malaman yan, di ba? Kasi kung meron ganun, nasan yung agreement, ano yung agreement, magkano yung, di ba? Ganun, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Yes, Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. Could I also ask Yusek Lazaro, who used to also be
Yes, you said Director Lazaro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Your Honor. Doon po sa tanong ni Congressman Brosas, ito pong, you're correct, ito pong parks na binabanggit po ni Assistant Secretary Adel was established at the height of COVID. Kasi po, ang hirap no during that time, everything is by appointment. So, our secretary then established this parang satellite consular offices, which is under the name of the company is VFS, and dalawa po yan eh. These are actually Indian-owned companies. Pag kumukuha po kayo ng Schengen visa, doon po kayo pupunta doon sa VFS headquarters to get dito po sa Pilipinas. So it was established at that time. And there's an MOU between DFA and this VFS because hindi po kinakaya ng ng consular offices natin noon. So because of that, since then, and now it has already been established na bumagsak na po ang numbers since we implemented the 10-year passport duration. So siguro po pag-uusapan po ng department on the possibility na anuhin na po yun. Siguro, I mean, it has not been discussed but there will be a possibility for future discussions. Pero kasi hindi na po, tama po kayo, Your Honor, medyo hindi na po kailangan dahil bumaba na rin po yung paggamit, apply ng passports. But yes, there is such, pero hindi po to hindi po to nag-guarantee. It is actually a way of assisting our Filipino kababayans to facilitate kung naghahabadili po. But it's optional. Kung gusto po niya talagang yung regular, punta po sila sa consular office namin in our respective embassies. So, yun po ang
meron bang additional fee na charge yung and you allowed it?
Yes, Your Honor, there is because it is a facilitation fee which was part of the MOU between the two entities.
So, if example, nag-apply na ako nung meron akong expedite fee, may additional fee pa ba si...
Wala na po, Your Honor. So, it's the passport fee which is fixed and that facilitation fee.
And they're not allowed to charge any other fees.
Hindi na po.
And it's very clear in the
MOU.
In the MOU.
Yes.
Yeah, Representative Brosas.
Yes, Mr. Chair, siguro para comprehensive yung report, ibigay nila yung MOU, tapos tingnan natin kung ano yung itsura, tapos siguro, Mr. Chair, yun na lang, comprehensive report siguro. And the utilization of the 4 billion, kasi yun yung di ba? So coming from the 2024 GAA tayo, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, kindly submit the request of Representative Brosas to her office and also furnish a copy of this committee.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that. Could I just add one point and ask ASIC Nolasco to just explain one of the points raised?
ASIC Nolasco, you are recognized.
With the permission of the Secretary, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the passport supply now that's reflected here, a 4.2 billion pesos for the passport supply of passport booklets is part of the multi-year obligation authority that was issued in 2015. in 2015 po, na-determine yung passport requirements for the next 10 years. So ito po ang sinusundan pa rin ngayon. That's why we are now in discussion po since last year kung pwedeng i-reduce na namin yung projected passport supply. Kasi kung naka-reflect pa rin ngayon, sir, sa 2025 until 2026, 4.5 billion. Pero as mentioned by the Mr. Chair, by the Honorable Congresswoman, mababa ko yung utilization. In fact, ma'am, yung 2024, hindi pa namin nagagamit yung nasa GA na 4.05. Ang ginagamit pa po namin na supply na fund na budget is for last year. Kasi yung amount na to, hindi naman sa amin nire-release. Whenever the supplier of the passport gives the purchase order, then we request DBM to issue to us a special allotment release order. So malaki talaga naka-reflect, Mr. Chair, na amount and therefore dapat ibaba na namin yung yung projection.
Hopefully po, monthly ang request nyo or quarterly for the
Quarterly po ngayon ang request namin for the SARO. We show them, we submit to DBM the exact amount na babayaran po doon sa printer and then we pay less taxes sa printer. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, kasi para maliwanag, no, it's under supplies and materials expense. That's the object.
Yes, Your Honor, it's under MOE.
Under MOE.
MOE,
Oh,
yes.
pero supplies and materials expense.
Passport booklet po yan. Under supplies and materials po, ang general.
Pero kasi 4.845
Yes, ma'am.
ang naka-budget for 2025.
2024 po, sa 2025, 4.292 billion.
For passport, ma'am, dito. May asa yung last ko. Yung projection nyo kasi di ba hanggang 2026 and yet the actual renewal right now is mababa na. So more or less, kung sa sa next budget, more or less, ilan yung ibababa based on your study? From 4 billion to down to what?
As of now, sir, hindi pa namin ho binababa. We are now discussing after 2026. After 26 na po. So papatapusin na namin ang initial discussion, patapusin na namin yung Mayowa before. Pero ang ano lang sir, naka-reflect ba sa budget namin yung 4 billion? Anyway, hindi naman ho sa amin nire-release yun. It's released to us based on our request and based on the actual consumption of the passports that were printed.
Okay, thank you. Representative Buasas.
Mr. Chair, isa pa lang yun sa question ko, Mr. Chair. I have so many questions, Mr. Chair. And actually, in preparation for plenary, Mr. Chair, siguro kailangan ko din yung mga documents. Mamaya isa-isahin ko po. That's the first of my question, Mr. Chair. Yung comprehensive na lang po, kasi ayaw naman natin na nadadagdagan sila ng binabayaran, pero meron naman palang pondo, tapos yung pondo, hindi niya kinocover yung particular part ng sinasabi niyong facilitation. Kasi ang gusto natin, tulungan yung mga kababayan natin na hindi magbayad ng added, no? Na ganito, Mr. Chair. Second, Mr. Chair, sa ATN, Mr. Chair, yung tanong ko, Mr. Chair, do you have any guidelines? Kasi yung ATN natin, magkano yan? 258, right, Mr. Chair? Sa ATN, paano po ninyo ginagamit yung ATN for distressed Filipinos abroad? Tapos na-determine nyo ba kung saan inallocate ito? Nung nakaraan, sabi nyo po parang nagde-decrease, di ba? Tama ba? Nagde-decrease yung tinutulungan. Pero Mr. Chair, may mga reports din tayo from abroad na nagkakaroon ng issue dito sa assistance sa mga consular offices. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to be appraised kung ano-ano ang mga kaso na pinagkagastusan ng ATN fund and request for the budget breakdown ng ATN fund ninyo nung nakaraan.
May I ask Representative Bonds, are you just asking for the documents or you want the Secretary to reply on that matter?
Yes, please reply. Siguro kahit yung major lang ng ATM, saan ginasto, saan lugar, etc. No, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Manalo?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable. I think on the details, I'll ask our Undersecretary Debeg, who's in charge of the ATN. But just to mention that, of course, now with the existence of the DMW, there's now a a kind of sharing on assistance to nationals. So I think they're also involved, at least in some posts where they have representatives. So that also partly accounts for the division now in the work. But maybe I could give Yusek De Vega the floor.
Yusek De Vega, you're recognized.
Magandang umaga po. Okay. On the first question about where it has been spent, as mentioned by Assistant Secretary Velasco earlier, we spent 637 million so far this year in the ATN funds, and we have the figures and the data on who were assisted, and we'll share that with you, madam, if you wish. The 24,733 OFWs or OFs, including non-OFWs, who have been assisted. On the guidelines, we have guidelines on how to use the ATN and the Legal Assistance Fund, which we could also share with you. Essentially, we don't discriminate. Kung may kailangan tulong, for example, repatriation, medical expenses, legal fees, and so forth, we will spend for that. Ang hindi lang ginagastos namin strictly yung may utang siya tapos sahihin siya ng tulong sa pamahalaan na bayaran yung utang. Although, technically, there's a way to go around that. If, for example, it's in the form of a court fee, court-imposed fee, which is needed so that an exit visa could be given, and there's no mention that it's a debt. We have spent legal assistance fund on that. Now, yung sinasabi ng problem, the problem essentially is there's a new department called the Department of Migrant Workers, and under the law which Congress passed, sila dapat yung in charge ng assisting OFWs, strictly overseas Filipino workers, in places where they have resident attaches. So, we have over 90 posts.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before you go on with the DMW, siguro yung tanong lang, case-to-case basis itong ATN. With regards to DFA, hindi pa tayo nag-uusap ng DMW kasi tatanungin ko kung kailan tinransfer yung fund eh. Nag-transfer ba kayo ng fund? Kailan tinransfer yung fund? Or ito yung ginamit ninyo nung nakaraan? Ngayon, kung yun yung nakaraan na ginamit ninyo, kasi we have been hearing reports from North America ng assistance sa consular offices na tinatanggihan. Nire-refer ng consulate, hindi pala tinatanggihan, parang nire-refer sila ng consulate sa mga NGOs or local Filipino communities or organizations para humingi ng assistance sa embassy. So hindi sila nabibigyan ng assistance. Kung case-to-case basis siya, and there are reports na ganun, bakit, Mr. Chair?
Secretary, you take the Vega.
About that, now this, in the case of the United States, most likely the only reason that they would not be assisted using our fund is that they are not Filipino citizens. That must be the case because I have not heard, that's not our policy now, tatanggal ng assistance. Or it depends what assistance is required because there are assistance features which, for example, it's a parenting issue or nag-aaway ang mga dalawa, child custody, that is something na hindi na competence ng Foreign Service Posts, and there are NGOs who could help for that. But assistance such as they have no money, or they need money to pay for medical expenses, or so forth, yun talaga we can pay. But hindi kasama yung, I remember a case in Los Angeles where a family wanted us to spend money for the schooling of the children. That's not what the Assistance to Nationals Fund is for. Actually, according to the data from January to June 2024, we did spend for the United States, or for the Americas, kasama ang Canada dyan, over 33 million in the ATM fund, and the number of beneficiaries were 10,674. That's from July to June. Kung isama mo up to now, it's now, to July, it's over 40,000.
40 million.
Mr. Chair, do you have a specific report on that? Parang ganyan, ilan yung lumapit, tapos sino-sino, bakit sila tinanggihan? Sinasabi nyo kasi baka dahil hindi sila Filipino citizens, at hindi nila alam kung bakit hindi sila makakakuha.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, siguro yung tally, no? Yung table ng mga ganong mga cases na hinahandle ninyo dito with regards to ATN.
We have a tally of sinong binigyan. No? But our posts usually do not tally how many Filipinos were referred to NGOs. But we will send a circular to post about that to clarify this matter because baka nga tinatanggihan nga nila and it's good for you, for us to know about this. Ma'am, about the fund pala, we still have under the law our own fund. Our own fund. The ATM fund is separate from the DMW. So there's no transfer.
There's no transfer.
They have their own funds, we have our funds. Now, but that, yun nga po, we'll ask our posts in the Americas to comment on that supposedly pinapasa lang nila yung request. What specific assistance was required, for example? Kasi kung kailangan, for example, ng abogado for criminal case, we can pay legal assistance for that. Or yun nga po, well, repatriation, that doesn't really apply sa US, no? Pero kung personal problems, like for example custody issues, ganyan, but it's not for the post to handle that. No, we will ask also post to report regularly na kung merong hindi mabigyan because they're not Philippine citizens. So we could make a tally of that. Pero right away, we'll send a circular on that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, siguro yung report doon. Tapos, yung total fund ng ATM, magkano po yung nakalaan for OFWs? I believe may tinutulungan pa rin kayong OFW. Tapos, magkano yung para sa migrant Filipinos? Meron ba kayong ganon? May differentiation?
There's no differentiation. It's 1 billion. OFWs in places where there are no DMW representatives, amin yun. So, for example, in Asia, we don't have in Thailand, we don't have in Indonesia, so we continue to handle it. And we don't distinguish kung OFW or overseas Filipino na hindi OFW. It's only in places like, for example, the Middle East, or in Korea, in Japan, where you have attaches, wherein supposedly there's under the law a distinction. Yung talagang pumunta abroad para magtrabaho, DMW will handle that. Pero nandun because they're immigrants, they're students, or Hajj pilgrims, for example, sa Middle East, we will use our funds for them. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro specific figures and specific issues faced by our Filipino people yung gusto natin dito and how these funds were spent. Siguro last, Mr. Chair, yung sa legal assistance. Mr. Chair, nakakuha tayo ng report, merong naging biktima ng trafficking sa East Coast, particular sa Florida. Binanggit nyo kanina, nagbibigay kayo ng assistance, pero dito, yung sa Florida, may pending legal cases sila, nagkaroon ng court hearings na online, nagbayad sila ng $700 fee, pagkatapos ay pati equipment at internet access pang-connect sa online hearing, sila yung sumagot. Kahit nasa konsulado sila. Dapat, di ba, part ng free legal service nyo yung kagamitan para sa online hearings, Mr. Chair?
maybe they will, kasi,
Secretary, is it?
Just to say, it's one in Florida, the case, we don't have any more honorary consul there in Florida. But kasi I think he was his services were terminated in Florida, so that could explain the online. But maybe I could give Yusek De Vega.
Okay, Yusek De Vega.
well, I was going to say the same thing. Let's say our consulate is in New York, and then we have the embassy in Washington, which is responsible for the south of the U.S. Madam, we'll get details on you para kung pwede pa matulungan itong kababayan natin sa Florida.
Yes, Mr. Chair, kasi kung sinasabi niyong legal assistance, nakakapagbigay, bakit sila ganito yung kanilang karanasan, Mr. Chair? But this is just one specific case, ano? And I'm sure meron pang mga iba, Mr. Chair. So anyway, in preparation for this, Mr. Chair, siguro manghingi din ako ng status ng mga nakakulong ngayon, ilan yung natulungan, tapos ilan yung mga kaso natin, including penalties that they faced. Tapos, Mr. Chair, yung nasa death row natin, give us the number of cases per applicable country, as well as how many women are currently on death row, ano-anong mga aksyon and pending death row na ginawa ninyo, kaugnay dito sa pending death row cases na ito. And Mr. Chair, We would like to request for an updated list of foreign missions where PNP, AFP attaches are posted. May tinanong po kasi ako nung nakaraan dyan. And specific siguro po yung budget for contributions to hosting of regional and international conferences. Mas ano naman siguro to? May hinost po ba tayo ng nakaraan? Wala. International conferences.
This is the last part, yung last question. Yes, we have hosted conferences, regional, and we can easily provide yung data. In fact, we're planning to host more this year. So we can provide that. Dun sa mga ibang requests, I think we have the data and we'll be very happy to provide that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is in preparation for the plenary kasi wala na po akong time para magtanong. Si Mr. Chair ay mahigpit. Kaya kailangan ko pong makuha yung mga details na ito para mapag-aralan.
Do that this week? No, I'm asking you this week. Or before the plenary? Okay. Thank you, thank you. Our next interpolator from the majority, the chair recognizes Representative Adrian Amatong.
Good morning po sa entire DFA family. Tsaka good morning din sa ating mga colleagues. Mr. Secretary, gusto ko lang sanang itanong at saka baka pwedeng isingit pa. Kasi meron kaming request for a establishment of a consular office sa Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. For your information po, I represent a district na 56% below poverty line. So, at saka kahit yung buong Zamboanga del Norte na province na may more than 1 million population, marami din yung mga mahihirap. Although marami naman mga overseas workers ngayon, pero siyempre marami pa rin gusto mag-avail ng services ng DFA. Pero siyempre pag malalayo masyado yung opisina, nahirapan kasi sa transportation pa lang hirap na. Tapos hindi lang once yan, ibabalik-balik pa yan. So baka naman po pwedeng maihabol natin yung office natin sa Liloy. Ready po kaming mag-donate ng lupa. Kahit nga doon sa yung kaninang napag-usapan na wala kayong ma-establish kasi kulang sa space, di ba? Pwede rin kami maglagay noon para doon sa documents. So, yun po.
Secretary Manalo?
Ano po pala, more than 2 years ago, tayo ng resolution number 79, nagre-request nga doon sa consular office ng Liloy.
Yes, Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable. Could I seek your permission to give the floor to Ase Cruz on this particular issue?
Ase Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Sir, we are looking forward to working with your people. In fact, we at the Office of Consular Affairs have created a technical working group na po. Under AO 45, most of the minimum requirements have been met po, but there are still quite a number of challenges that we need to look into po, especially about the venue, the place, no? Kung lupa po, we would thank you for that po, but we also need po yung physical structure, in the building. So these are the specifics po that our team would like to work with your people po.
Mr. Chair, ngayon ko lang naririnig itong na sinasabi na, sana nabigyan sana kami, 2 years ago pa yun sana hindi man lang kami nabigyan ng feedback na yun pala yung mga kulang. Kasi sana na-address natin yan, di ba po? So, pwede pa ba nating may habol yun this year?
There is a procedure po right now under EO 45 on the establishment po of a consular office. But given the number of months left, it will be very challenging po, no? But in the absence of the establishment of a consular office, we would be more than happy po to schedule what we call passport on wheels sa inyong district, where we send teams po of people from the Office of Consular Affairs to undertake passport renewal services po. Ganun.
While we appreciate the offer po, kasi mas interested talaga kami the establishment of an office parang nakitbutas lang kasi yung solution ng on wheels 2 years ago pa naman namin binigay yung resolution number 79 and yet ngayon lang namin narinig na akala namin na comply na namin lahat ng requirements tapos meron ba palang baka pwedeng may habol pa po natin.
Sige sir, if given the opportunity, I'd like to talk to you po later and yes sir.
I'd like to reiterate na syempre tayo sa gobyerno, ang mandate natin is to serve lahat ng tao. Kami nagugulat kami, mas naman ma-establish ang consular office sa mga lugar na mayayaman naman yung mga tao. Sa amin mahirap yung mga tao at nagkikiyos, wala kaming tamang income. Gusto naman sana mga taga sa amin na pumunta rin sa ibang bansa, magtrabaho and all. Hindi kami nabibigyan ng priority. So totoo na po yung district ko, matagal nang forgotten, laging nakakalimutan sa lahat ng mga services, laging nakakalimutan. Baka naman po dito, mabigyan naman tayo ng priority kasi di ba po, kayo pag nagre-represent kayo sa mga taong mahihirap, tapos araw-araw kinukulit, baka naman pwedeng lagyan natin dito. Naman po, pag-umpisa pa lang ng term ko, nag-file na ako noon kasi alam ko malaking pangangailangan ng distrito ko yun. Matatapos na yung term ko ngayon. Ngayon ko lang malalaman na meron pa palang kakulangan. So baka po pwedeng maisingit natin para mapakita naman natin sa mga mahihirap na binibigyan din natin sila ng pansin. Lalo na po yung area ko is an area of concern as far as peace and order. Tapos matagal na kaming peaceful kasi nga hinihintay natin yung services ng government. Ipapasok na natin yung services ng government. Huwag lang po yung on wheels. Yung gusto natin, total, ready naman kaming magbigay ng lupa para gamitin nyo. Baka na po pwedeng meet halfway tayo.
Sige po sir, we'll do our best.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can. I think we'll try and discuss and see how we can address your concern. I think there are ways we might be able to do it, but we'll have to discuss.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
May I ask the representative, are you requesting for a permanent office or just a satellite office?
Whatever works for both parties. Basta kami, ready kaming kung ano yung kailangan nila, you're willing to,
Because if regarding lang naman to sa passport, maybe satellite office rather than a consular office.
I'm willing to discuss po kung ano yung kailangan, ano yung pwede.
And in relation to that, may I ask, Mr. Secretary, how do you determine if there's a need to put up an office or a satellite office? Is it by geographic location or by population?
Thank you, Chair. We're guided by Executive Order number 45, which indicates yung mga guidelines for setting up consular offices, regional offices. Of course, these are more or less guidelines, so we can discuss them.
Okay. Thank you very much, Secretary. Congressman Amatong, are you done? Okay. Before I recognize the next interpolator, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the FAA, ASEC Maria Teresa Almuhelat from the FAA Office of United Nations and International Organization. She is formerly, she is Subsecretary Munal. Where is she? Good morning, ma'am. Our next interpolator from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa DFA family led by Secretary Manalo. So yung first question ko po, Mr. Chair, regard ito sa West Philippine Sea. So recently,
parang nagkaroon ng usap no between the Philippines and China because of the intensifying situation in the West Philippine Sea at regards din doon sa ano no siguro yung sa rotation and the supply reprovisioning of troops. So can we have detail on that, Mr. Chair?
Secretary
Yung
Manalo.
agreement, ano yung nature ng pag-uusap, ano yung napag-usapan, so pwede bang makuha yung details?
Thank you, Chair. I'll give the floor, thank you for the question. I'll give the floor to Yusek Lazaro on that point, just to mention, yes, there is a provisional understanding with China on the provisioning of supply and resupply to our troops, Ayungin Shoal. And perhaps to give a little bit more information on that, I'll give the floor to Yusek Lazaro.
Yeah, Yusek Rosa, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary. Just to give a brief background, this issue of the our problem with the Ayungin Shoal, concerning the RORE, has been a subject of bilateral discussions with China, and it started since January of this year when our DFA delegation was invited to Shanghai by our Chinese counterparts. But nothing really happened during that Shanghai meeting because of some non-starter issues. Thereafter, we told the Chinese counterparts to please let's continue our bilateral consultative mechanism here in Manila. And it was set actually on July 2. However, there was an intervening event that which is the June 17, yung ating pong isang tropa na putulan po ng daliri. So, but even before the setting of the July 2 meeting of the bilateral consultative mechanism, nakaset na po yun, and it came from them that they will visit and they will continue and they would like to discuss this issue. So the salient points po of the provisional arrangement is basically one, this provisional arrangement is without prejudice to our national positions. Ito po siguro pinaka-importanting provision nitong provisional arrangement. And number two, this will be subject to review. Now, the main point here is there is already an agreement that our Chinese friends have agreed that there is a RORE. RORE meaning rotation and reprovisioning of essentials. So, the details of which of this meeting is, I would really request for an executive session kung mabarapatin po ni Chair because of the sensitivities of the arrangement. Thank you.
I think I agree with Yusek. If there's a national security concern.
So, nag-agree po ako no doon sa executive session, pero this is of national interest. No, lalong-lalo na po yung hindi lang sa national security, kabuhayan no ng ating mga mangingisda ang at stake dito. So matagal na ng panahon kahit ng panahon ni President Duterte, talagang hirap na tayo. Ang hirap na yung ating mga mangingisda no na makapangisda diyan. At ito nga yung problema natin dito sa intensifying yung aggressive ng China dito sa West Philippine Sea. But of course, hindi rin naman natin ina-underscore din siguro kung ano yung mga dahilan din. No? Yung ating foreign policy as regards naman doon sa US. No? Especially yung mga EDCA, yung BFA, yung mga balikatan na yan, at nadagdagan pa tayo ng mga players. Nagtawag pa ng mga kalaro ang US, di ba? Yung iba pang mga allies natin na talagang ang ating sea, yung kalupaan ay ginagamit talaga na for military exercises. So I would be willing, Sir Chair, no, can we schedule that temporarily kung kailan po kaya kasi kailangan nating malaman yon, Mr.
I think I will refer to our chairman, Chairman Saudi, and my other colleagues regarding this executive meeting, if we can still accommodate before the plenary.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May tanong natin ito, Mr.
Ma'am, I think that Dulce Secretary wants to reply.
Just to add to sa sinabi ni Yusek Lasso, just 2 points on the first, the understanding, which is provisional, and therefore it can be also subject to improvement, particularly concerns yung resupply of the sa Ayungin Shoal. Secondly, I can say that none of the national positions were affected. In other words, we have maintained the national position of the Philippines on everything. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, Representative.
Yes, so ito ba yung sinasabi natin? Ito kasi yung susunod na tanong ko, no, yung without prejudice to national position. So yun yung, syempre yung position natin sa yung sa West Philippine Sea as regards to our claim. Tama po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, no? So, hindi natin kinikilala yung claim na 9-dash line. And even, di ba, meron na rin ang China, mga 10-dash line pa na, which is crazy. Okay, so, hintayin ko na lang po, no, yung executive, ano dyan. So, definitely, RORE lang po ang pinag-usapan dito. Definitely yung RORE. Okay, so makakatiyak ba tayo later na dahil sa ganitong pag-uusap yung provisional agreement, wala nang mangyayaring mga harassment or mga and even siguro sa ating mga mangingisda na bababantayan siguro or during this time, Secretary.
Yeah, Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. On the particular understanding, we have made very clear to China that we will honor the provisional understanding. And we expect China to honor it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So next, so recently, mayroong exercise ba ng Philippine Air Force sa Baho de Masinloc. And definitely po, di ba, ang Baho de Masinloc ay part siya ng exclusive economic zone. At yung China ay nagpalabas ng nagharas using the flare. So, kitang-kita yan, ng international, ng buong mundo, kung paano tayo hinaharas-haras nitong China na to in our territory, no, sa PAF. So, nag-file po kayo ng diplomatic protest, Sir Chair. Can you give us the details nitong diplomatic protest nito?
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in fact, a number of statements also issued. The President issued a statement, and also I think the AFP. That was the department also sent a note verbal. Without going into the details, the essential points of all of these statements were the strong condemnation of the incident and the fact that yung Philippine Air Force jet plane posed no threat to the PLA Air Force, and therefore these were lawful flight operations, and they did not violate any sovereignty or jurisdiction. They're within our rights, and they entered over our airspace. So they were undertaken over airspace, and those were the main points we stressed to China in these statements and also in our note verbal. So ang point namin dyan also is that now that since, especially in the light of the agreement or the understanding sa UN, we're trying to calm the waters, incidents like this, I think don't help.
Yeah, so in layman's word, Mr. Chair, yung ginawang ito ng China ay, kumbaga sa layman's word, trespassing. No? Dahil nga nag-trespass ka na, maging nag-endanger ka pa nung ating yung ating Air Force. So parang sukdulan na ito, Mr. Chair, no, yung nangyaring ito. Kaya gusto natin malaman talaga yung detail ng diplomatic kasi madali lang mag-condemn yung ginagawa ni Presidente, condemn dito, condemn dyan, pero walang nangyayari. Diba? So, ano pa kaya yung pwedeng maisip ng
in a peaceful manner. Okay? Hindi po tayo nag-instigate dito ng war, although nakikita naman natin ang China, no, na may ganon. So wala na ba tayong ibang maisip kundi diplomatic protest at ano pa ba yung pwedeng nating magawa kaya, no? Kaugnay dito, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Manalo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, of course, the protests we make are, of course, standard. But it's not the only thing na pwede namin gawin. For example, in the case of Ayungin Shoal, we spoke with China, we negotiated with China. Tsaka ang policy naman natin here on the South China Sea has always been our willingness to settle any differences or disputes through peaceful means, and that means through negotiation or through diplomatic methods in accordance with international law. So, hindi lang limited ang ano namin sa note verbal. Of course, we will, if China is willing to speak with us on this, we are open to talking with China on these incidents. But on this particular incident, what was really upsetting was the use of flares by China. Yun ang ano namin doon. But anyway, we're open to any discussion. But anyway, Scarborough Shoal is within our legal rights and in sovereignty. We'll always maintain that. So any talks we have with China, that will be our position. But it doesn't mean we're not willing to talk with China.
So, meron na tayong ini-schedule na talk with China as regards to that incident, Mr. Chair?
We have regular consultations with China, and so we would, of course, take up these incidents with them at the appropriate time.
So, next question, Mr. Chair, as regards to the US-Philippine Sea. So, alam naman natin, nag-intensify itong mga incident na ito sa West Philippine Sea because yung policy din natin with regards to the US. So, don't you think, habang binibigay natin fully yung ating mga EDCA sites, balikatan, do you think meron itong relation doon sa intensifying na mga activities ng China with the West Philippine Sea? Kasi, Mr. Chair, alam naman natin ang stake, no, ng US at China dito sa West Philippine Sea at kaya tayo ay naiipit at saka siyempre yung tungkol doon sa conflict with Taiwan. So, ano tingin po ng DFA kaugnay nito, Mr. Chair? Meron po ba itong relation in some way?
Secretary Manalo?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable, for the question. With the actions the Philippines is taking vis-a-vis yung on the West Philippine Sea is, as the President said, it's in accordance with our own national interests. It's in accordance with defense of our own rights and sovereignty. It's not linked to the U.S.-China rivalry. We have our own concerns. As the Honorable Congresswoman said, these are issues which affect our EEZ, our fishermen, our use of natural resources, our right to use the airspace, freedom of navigation. These are issues of interest to the Philippines and nothing to do directly with any U.S.-China rivalry. And even the use of certain sites are in accordance with our needs. And as I mentioned earlier, any use of any EDCA site has to be done by mutual agreement. But just let me add, hindi lang naman sa US ang ano natin. We are also dealing now with Japan, working with our partners from Japan, from Australia, from the EU, from Canada, other countries who now recognize, even South Korea.
Well, Mr. Chair,
It's not purely a Philippine-US.
Thank you po. Pinag-iiba ko po yung China pinag-iba po natin yung US sa Japan, sa iba pang mga countries. Kasi ang US kasi, meron tayong MDT, meron tayong balikatan, meron tayong EDCA, diba? So, hindi yan. We don't have problems with our relationship with Japan or ano man. So, ito lang nga, siguro nag-intensify yan kung may relationship yung ginagawa ng US, yung masyadong pagbibigay natin sa US doon sa nagiging epekto nito ng attitude ng China sa West Philippine Sea. So, yun lang po. So, kung meron ba itong relation?
Yeah, Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, sir. As I said, what we're doing sa West Philippine Sea is based on our own needs. not the needs of any other country.
Okay. Thank you po. Last question, Mr. Chair. Pero meron pa akong question sa ATM. Pwede po ba tayo kasi meron na tayong bilateral agreement, no, with the West Philippine Sea, with China in the West Philippine Sea using the RORE. Hindi po ba natin ito pwedeng extend para to cover the whole West Philippine Sea?
Secretary Manalo.
Well, certainly an interesting idea. And if China is willing to cooperate and all the other claimants, why not?
Kasi ang ginagawa kasi natin, lang siya, no, parang reacting to the situation lang. Pero the whole problem dito ay yung claim natin sa West Philippine Sea. Kung meron nakakaroon na tayo peacefully ng bilateral agreement, provisional agreement dito sa RORE, so we might as well extend that to cover yung West Philippine Sea.
Secretary Manalo.
I think it's a good idea, and we certainly
Kasi nag-open na ang China baka pwedeng na yon. Anyway, pero depende pa rin yan sa ating magiging attitude pa rin sa US. So, ang hirap, no, timbangin. Anyway, may time pa ba ako, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So, next, Mr. Chair, yung dudutuan ko lang yung ATM. Kasi kapag meron tayong mga kababayan, Mr. Chair, na merong legal cases, ang problema naman nila, is it within the DFA, kasi hindi ko rin tiyak, no? Ang problema nila ay temporary shelter. Halimbawa, may mga legal cases, so meron tayong problema, Mr. Chair, sa North America, tsaka sa Europe, Middle East, wide homelessness. Dahil dyan, ang intensifying crackdown abroad, migrants, especially illegal migrants, tsaka yung need for temporary shelters. Especially po yung may mga kaso. Kasi according to Migrante, yung labor exploitation po yung nagiging #1 problem. Okay? So sa mga ganyang situation po ba, meron tayo mga temporary shelter para sa ating mga kababayan?
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. Could I request that you give the floor to Yusek De Vega?
Yusek De Vega, you're recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. Each consulate or each post with a number, substantially more Filipinos, supposed to have a migrant workers resource center. It's run by the post, by the embassy under the one country team approach. No? So, yun ang isang pwedeng shelter. And using our assistance to national funds, we have had cases po, Your Honor, wherein kasama sa assistance, yung may place sila to stay. Para lang habang yung kaso was ongoing. No? So, yes, it's possible. No? Kung ito yung po yung mga exploited, yung mga walang lugar, kaysa nakakulong po or what, no? Yes, pwede po yan.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, kasi siyempre yung konkreto lang na hinga ng tulong ng ating mga kababayan as regards to kung mayroon silang mga problema ay yung DFA. Kasi yung automatic na pupuntahan nila. So, ito yung problema talaga, no, yung temporary shelter na kung saan dinidinig yung kaso ng ating mga kababayan. So, meron pa ba kayong budget doon? Parang wala akong nakita. Saan po siya nakalagay doon sa ATM mismo?
Well, kasama sa guidelines po, which we'll share with you, Your Honor, na pagbibigay ng shelter sa mga Filipinos. If you're referring to yung Migrant Workers Resource Center mismo, that's under the dotted dome ng DMW budget. But we're referring to individual, yung bibigyan natin ng kunwari place to stay, yung boarded Airbnb, mga maliliit na yung place, pwede yun sa ating ATM fund. And Madam, if I may say to Your Honors, all of you, in case you need assistance, merong Facebook page yung DFA for that, yung Overseas Filipino Help. Overseas Filipino Help, so that you can bring it right away to our attention, and we'll work on it in cooperation with other agencies. Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May time pa ba ako, Mr. Chair? Sa last question natin.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Ano po yung prospect pala natin doon sa ICC? Sir Chair, sa Secretary, ano po ba yung prospect natin? So nakita natin po no, yung magiging posisyon na ng DOJ as regards to this, diba? At ang OSG. So sa atin pong DFA, ano naman po ang prospects natin na makabalik tayo as member ng ICC or ano yung attitude natin doon sa pagpunta ng mga ICC dito for investigation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Congresswoman. Well, of course, alam mo na, we're not a member of the ICC, as you mentioned, so I'm not familiar with the...
I know, ang inisip ko po, kung pwede tayo mag-member ulit, ano po ba yung policy natin tungkol dyan?
Well, there are no plans yet to join the ICC.
Come again?
No plans to...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Castro. Our next interpolator from the majority, our Vice Chair Rachel Arenas, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have no questions. I just want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Secretary Manalo for his leadership. Under his guidelines, the DFA, in collaboration with the Committee on Foreign Affairs, has forged a strong and effective partnership, resulting in some truly remarkable achievements, one of which is our passage of the new Philippine Passport Act. Another significant accomplishment is the progress we've made on the Philippine Maritime Zones, which is one of the priorities of our President, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. This critical measure is about to be ratified. This will delimit and protect our maritime boundaries and resources. Additionally, the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, which has already passed in the House and is scheduled for its third reading in the Senate today. This will play a vital role in asserting our maritime rights and ensuring safe passage to our waters. When these measures are ratified, this may answer the questions raised in this committee today. The Loss and Damage Fund Board Act, which addresses the urgent issue of climate change impacts, is also up for third reading in the Senate. This measure reflects our shared commitment to protecting our nation and its people from the devastating effects of climate change. I also want to express our deep appreciation to the DFA family for the unwavering support you provide to us, especially when we represent the country abroad. Your assistance with passports, the repatriation of our constituents, and your support for our overseas Filipino workers in distress are invaluable and deeply appreciated by all of us. As a gesture of our gratitude, we've recently passed the DFA Retirement Benefits Act on third reading. This is also a priority of our Speaker, Ferdinand Romualdez. This is our way of saying thank you for your years of dedicated service to our nation. We hope this act will be supported in the Senate because this will surely provide you with the security and peace of mind you deserve as you plan for the future. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rachel. Our next interpolator, Representative Ambrosio Cruz from the majority.
Short lunch break.
After this. Congressman Cruz? Wala. Representative Khalid Dimoporo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our good secretary for his cultural sensitivity when it comes to the Muslim culture and Muslim Filipinos. I was with him when we celebrated National Hijab Day, which is one of the advocacies of two of our members in the Committee of Muslim Affairs to broaden the understanding of why Muslim women wear the hijab.
But I'd like to also ask more questions in regards that may be as a matter of importance, or maybe clear up some things regarding concerns of Muslim Filipinos. A lot has been said about the West Philippine Sea. I'd like to inquire as to our stand when it comes to our sovereign claim over Sabah, if it still is maintained or not.
Secretary Manalo?
Yes, our claim, Ms. Ani, Chair, our claim still stands.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the DFA if there has been any also movement when it comes to our claim to Sabah, just as it's very proactive in our claims for the West Philippine Sea.
Well, at the moment, we have discussed this matter with the other country involved, and well, I think when the understanding there is, we'll see how we can maintain lines of communication. But at the moment, I think we are still very much looking at this issue, but certainly not as active as you said on the West Philippine Sea, because of some other number of other different considerations here.
Well, just to enlighten the Secretary, Mr. Chair, I asked one of our Muslim counterparts, representatives here in Congress, if we have any problems regarding Sabah. Ang sinabi niya sa akin is kung maingay, may problema tayo. Kung tahimik, walang problema tayo. So I think diplomacy is the best way to engage when it comes to Sabah. My concern, and the reason why I'm asking this question is, first is how many Filipinos do we have living there in Sabah? And then second is, can you explain to us whether or not they can avail of consular services when they are in Sabah? Because that is the problem when we have a sovereign claim over Sabah. We may have inability to provide our Filipino nationals there the services that the DFA is supposed to provide. Then the follow-up question there would be the budget.
Secretary Manalo?
Thank you, Congressman. Could I seek the floor's permission to give the floor to Yusek De Vega on the
De Vega, you're recognized.
Magandang umaga po. Your Honor, an estimated 770,000 Filipinos in Sabah. And regularly, our embassy in Kuala Lumpur sends consular missions there for their consular requirements, such as the renewal of their passports. In fact, Sabah became the initial point for the PSA also to send a team for the Philippine ID. So yes, it's sent regularly, and it's funded from the Assistance to Nationals Fund. So usually they go there once a quarter or once every 4 months, and if need be, we'll ask them to go more often.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's costly to go to Sabah from Kuala Lumpur, because if I'm not mistaken, you have to take a plane and all of that. The reason I also brought this up is just the possibility for the Department of Foreign Affairs to consider working with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government. Because it might be also more plausible to set up a DFA office in the province of Tawi-Tawi, which might be closer to Sabah and more accessible for those who want to reach it. These are just considerations that DFA might want to consider. Secondly, if the Secretary would want to comment on that, but I'd like to also ask next in regards to Palestine also. What is the position of the DFA when it comes to Palestine?
Secretary Manalo?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, on the possibility of working with BARM, in fact, thank you very much, Congressman, for that suggestion. In fact, I'm meeting the BARM minister on this week for lunch. So precisely to see how we can work together on many issues. On Palestine, we have our position, of course, has always been firstly for a ceasefire. We support the UN Security Council resolution, which was passed with the sponsored by the United States and supported by 13 members of the Security Council. And we have completely maintained that position, mainly because of the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Of course, yung mga ibang concerns namin is we would not like to see an escalation in the violence and spreading to other countries. We've made that also clear. For many reasons, one of them, of course, being the presence of many Filipinos, especially in other neighboring areas. So we have maintained that position, and we have said it wherever the opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask also the DFA if we can reprise this committee on how many Filipino families were repatriated because of the war in Gaza. And I would like to also, as a follow-up to that, ask the Secretary, and maybe he can say something about this, no? Because if those Muslim Filipinos that have been repatriated from, let's say, Palestine, in some cases, they have Palestinian husbands, and they are the breadwinners. So when they get repatriated, they come here to the Philippines, and now they're kind of floating around in our society. And if Palestine is not recognized as a country, then that's a question. What do we tell them as a government? Those that come to my office, I refer them to the NCMF, or National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. However, they have a very meager budget in comparison to the DFA and other national line agencies. So maybe this good secretary can give us good clarification and some words on wisdoms on what we should tell these families, Filipino families who have come home from Palestine and are more or less floating around because of the war in Gaza.
Yes, Secretary.
In terms of where to get assistance.
Okay, thank you, Congressman. Well, just as far as I recall, we repatriated from Gaza every Filipino there who wished to come home, basically all came. I think 137, and so basically all were repatriated. In fact, I met them when the first batch that arrived. I met them at the airport. And also in Palestine, of course, we recognize Palestine. Now and then I'm in touch with the ambassador of Palestine here, who's in various forums. Dun po sa issue of domestic, yes, I agree that that's an issue. Of course, the DFA itself does not have a budget for integrating Filipinos in the Philippines. We will assist them if they're abroad in any way we can. In fact, yun nga nangyayari dun sa the 130. Our embassies, in fact, 3 of our embassies were involved, Jordan, Egypt, and Israel, to get them home safely. Of course, but when they arrive in the Philippines, technically, the DFA is not within the mandate of DFA, but we're trying to help by we're very willing to help to see how to help our countrymen by coordinating with the DSWD and OWA to see how they can help. Kasi wala kami budget for internal or domestic reintegration, but certainly any way we can help on this, of course we can help. But the mandate obviously would lie with another agency.
There's a DFA officer visiting them regularly to check how they are.
And we've just been informed that, and I thought we were no longer doing it, but we are also sending a DFA officer now and then to talk with them and listen to their concerns, and from there convey them to the OWA or DSWD. So we are trying to help within our mandate any way we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's what I wanted to know. If the DFA more or less brought them back and then let them be, and it's very nice to know that the Secretary has mentioned that they are keeping track of them, making sure that their concerns are being at least heard. My last question, Madam Chair, is regards to the Hajj. Every year, Muslim pilgrims go to Saudi Arabia, and here in this Congress, the 19th Congress, to date, every year we've been investigating also the Hajj and the NCMF. Hopefully this year's Hajj is a little bit, ran a little bit more smoother.
But in the course of our investigations, we found that a lot of the problems in the Hajj is because of the inability of NCMF to coordinate with the DFA. So I'd like to ask the Secretary two things because my time is up. One is if there has been any improvement or any policy changes with the new leadership of the NCMF, because we have a new secretary, so that there will be better coordination with the DFA. And my second question, Madam Chair, is in regards to the mandate of the DFA. One of the big issues that Hajj pilgrims has is the services provided. And in the investigations that we had with the NCMF, they say it's not our problem. It's not our responsibility, I mean, because they only conduct bidding for board and lodging. When it comes to the bus, this is where pilgrims get stranded. You know, they get stranded in the middle of the heat. They might not be able to make their plane. It's not our service provider. It's a service provider of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is all embedded in the mother contract, which the NCMF signs with their counterpart in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I would like to question that and ask the DFA to submit to the committee a legal opinion, because it doesn't sit right with me that the NCMF secretary represents the entire Philippines and signs a mother contract in the absence of DFA. We need more transparency when it comes to the Hajj. More transparency will lead to better services. So I'd like to ask that legal opinion from the good secretary, from the DFA, if possible, so we can do our work in the Committee on Muslim Affairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Secretary Manalo.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I could, and thank you for the question and suggestions. Could I request the floor to give the floor to Asek Pelicor, who is dealing with this. Pelicor. Of our
Pelicor, you're next. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Secretary, and Honorable Congressman. It has been the perennial report of our Philippine posts in Riyadh and in Jeddah that the NCMF is not willing to make a post-mortem meeting so that they could discuss these problems from the past Hajj and then apply them in the future to the forthcoming Hajj. But we have a new leadership now. Perhaps there's still no time to get the assessment of our two posts. We are awaiting the report, but we have heard that it was much, much smoother this time. There were hardly any complaints. But the main problem is, the Hajj problem is an administrative logistic problem. So many people come to Jeddah and Makkah and Medina in a very small segment of time, so that a lot of planning needs to be done in order to have it happen smoothly. So we are still very much open, of course. Our posts in Riyadh and Jeddah are helping out in any way they could. And we look forward to a more open NCMF so that we could discuss this and perhaps plan very much ahead of time. So many of the problems can be solved really if we plan much ahead of time. Thank you very much. Are you done?
Yes, and thank you so much for the answer. And because NCMF's budget will be scheduled, I think, on Thursday. So appreciate that so much.
Thank you very much, Representative Dimaporo. So before we proceed with our budget discussion, we will suspend our session for a short lunch break. Budget briefing suspended.
Ako dapat na eh, hindi pa sinuloy.
Nagtanong sila eh.
briefing for the Department of Foreign Affairs is now resumed. To continue our discussion, our budget discussion, the next interpolator from the majority, the chair recognizes Representative Salvador Prieto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues, Foreign Affairs Secretary Enrique Manalo, other key officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, other guests who are here today, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. I have no concern regarding how the Department of Foreign Affairs is being run presently. But I would like to take this opportunity to extend my congratulations to them on your handling of the extraction and evacuation of our kababayan in the conflict areas like those Filipinos in Gaza, where the Philippine Ambassador to Jordan, Wilfredo Santos, who was in close coordination with the Philippine embassies in Egypt and Israel to assist our kababayan to safely cross the border in going to Egypt, full of tension and fears, because it was reported then that the roads were blocked and it was unsafe. If you imagine, Mr. Chair, how Ambassador Santos was doing the extraction and evacuation of our countrymen in that very volatile conflict area in Gaza, amid the Hamas-Israel conflict, para tayo nanonood ng movie, yung suspense movie, lalong-lalo nung pong nawalan si Ambassador Santos ng contact sa isang Pilipina na madrinan. Hindi ko alam ang pangalan. Kung nasaan po na nabalitaan na ang simbahan na kanyang tinitirhan ay natamaan ng sniper fire. Hindi ko alam kung anong pangalan ng madre. But the Filipino nun, according to reports, has decided to stay and complete her mission in Gaza. Then again, Mr. Chair, Secretary, recently the crisis of the Iran's attack on Israel, the Philippine government, through our Department of Foreign Affairs, has to ensure the Filipinos working in the Middle East. Can you imagine how to repatriate the more than 2 million Filipinos if ever Iran-Israel conflict escalated into a full-blown war? With these scenarios, Mr. Chair, where our brave Filipino ambassadors and Department of Foreign Affairs officials are facing, I can't say anything but praises and congratulations to a job well done. Kung meron lang akong karapatan, being a member of the Appropriations Committee, yung sinasabi sa second motion kanina ni Mr. Kong Ropos Rodriguez, motion mo ba yun, Congressman Abante? Mag-second motion ako for the restoration of that 2% na budget nyo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong matapat na paglilingkod sa bayan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Prieto. Now, before we continue our discussion, I give the floor to my co-sponsor, Congressman Bien Abante.
Thank you. Madam Senior Vice Chair, may I?
Yes.
All right. As we resume, I'd like to call the next interpellator from the majority, Representative Bambi Emano. Please, wala? Oo. And then, Vice Chair Tudorico Haresco. Wala din. Ha? Oo. And Kong Iroyo Rodriguez, please. Oo. Pagkatapos na, tapos na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, the DP family. Ito po, parokyal concern lang po. Catanduanes People Center, soon to be established in the island province of Catanduanes,
is envisioned to be the primary hub of transactions which will bring the services of the government much closer to the people. This is designed to accommodate public offices whose function are primarily needed by fellow Katandunganons, especially those located in the mainland Bicol. Ito po, ongoing po itong construction po nitong Catanduanes People Center. So, ito po, pag natapos po ito, so alam naman po natin na kami po, matagal na kaming probinsya ng Catanduanes. Sa ngayon, parang nasa anino pa rin kami ng Albay. Kasi, pag nangailangan po kami ng mga dokumento, siyempre, natuwid pa kami ng mainland Albay. Di po ba? Pag kumuha kami ng passport, tatawid kami doon. Pag nag-renew kami ng itong mga professional license, tatawid kami doon para sa PRC. Pag nangailangan kami ng NBI, tatawid pa kami ron. Pag may problema ang aming mga OFW, tatawid pa kami ron para sa UWA. So sa akin po, nung ako nabigyan ng tsansa, nagserbisyo sa amin bilang representante, so ito talaga ang aking prinajik na magkaroon kami doon ng building na pag-opisinahan po nitong mga government essential agency na nandun po sa Legazpi. Ito po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, kung mamarapati niyo po, baka pwede na po kami doon magkaroon ng satellite office niyo po ng DFA.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I request through you our
Go ahead, accept.
Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Sir, magandang hapon po. We are very, very happy po to report that your request po for the establishment of a consular office has passed all the requirements po sa EO 45. In fact, it has also been vetted po by the different offices in the DFA. So we're right now doing a cost-benefit analysis po, and in the presence po of our beloved Secretary, we will be favorably endorsing po the creation of a CO po. And then hopefully we will forward, once signed and approved by the Secretary, forwarded na po to the Office of the President.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary. Kasi po talagang ito talagang pangarap na namin. Na alam naman natin na ang isla namin, lalo pag tinamaan kami ng medyo kalamidad, hindi magandang panahon, pag nangailangan kami ng dokumento, hindi po kayo makatawid. So talagang siguro sa tagal na namin probinsya, panahon naman siguro na para magkaroon naman kayo ng mga satellite office na po sa aming isla, para naman po di mahirapan ang aming mga constituencies po, lalo na po yung mga nasa alaylayan. Alam naman natin na ito po ang programa ng ating butihing Pangulo Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos. Kaya sabi ko nga, napakasarap po na narinig ko sa inyo na positive po kayo rito. Ito naman po, matutuwa po ang aking mga kababayan dahil matagal na po namin minimiti ito. Kasi nung mga nakaraan po, nagpa-mobile passporting din po kami sa Catanduanes. Yun nga lang, sa isang taon, isang bisis lang po kami nakakalusot. Dahil alam ko naman, isa lang yung grupo nyo na talagang yung passport on wheels na to, isa lang po ang grupo nyo. Which is nga na, siyempre pag nag-request kami, alam naman natin na wala naman kayong budget doon para papuntahin doon yung mga staff nyo. So minsan talagang sakripisyado po ang congressman para lang po tayo makapagserbisyo doon sa ating mga nasasakupan po. Kaya salamat po, yun lang po. At ako po yung nagagalak na narinig ko po na nangako ang ating butihing sekretary na magkaroon tayo doon ng satellite office na po sa isla ng Catanduanes. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, yun lang po.
Congressman Rodriguez, baka pag pumayag to Secretary ng Batalyon ng Consular Office doon, kayo magbibigay ng Consular Office building.
Anyway, naman sabi ko, yung building naman, nandun na, may tanong na tayo doon. So, ang problema lang po natin, siyempre, alam mo, yung staff nyo, yung kuryente naman, at saka yung tubig, may kanya-kanya naman yun metro Kanya-kanyang metro yun Yeah. Ang building, nandun na
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Congressman Rodriguez. Let me now please call Representative Bambi Imano for his questions. Congressman Imano, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayong hapon, Madam Chair. Mayong hapon. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Mr. Chair, I'll also try to make this as short as possible. And again, we'll be wearing 3 hats, Mr. Secretary. Just recently, I was appointed as chairman for the Committee on Mindanao Affairs. And hopefully, I'll be able to bring some of the concerns. And of course, for regional RDC 10, and hopefully a very small parochial issue, Mr. Secretary. Let me start, Mr. Secretary, by hopefully asking you, because I saw one of the plans of DFA is to strengthen DFA Mindanao. May we know which where we will strengthen and the coverage of the 4.390 million?
Oops. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask my colleague, Ms. Rolla, to reply. Pero before that, could I just interject that we are definitely planning to strengthen DFA Mindanao so that it can actually have a presence sa Mindanao, especially beyond Davao, and also to establish closer links with BARM. So yun ang intention namin dun sa DFA Mindanao. This will entail increasing perhaps the number of personnel at saka also the budget in order that we can have a better presence in Mindanao, because given the importance of the province and also our coordination with BARM. But I can give the floor now to Mr. Rolla on some of the mga details.
Let me recognize Director, please.
And Director, Mr. Chair, Director Roda. Roda is, what position is he holding under DFA, Mr. Chair?
Kindly state your name and position.
Good afternoon po, Your Honors. I'm Christina Rola McKernan. I'm the Deputy Undersecretary of Civilian Security and Consular Affairs. I'm representing Undersecretary Gary Domingo. Our office po, sir, if I may continue to explain, sir.
Go ahead.
Is actually we had a recent department order that has transferred the supervision of DFA Mindanao from the Office of the Secretary to UXCA, which is DFA UXCA, by officer. Part po kasi is we have recognized...
Can you possibly speak closer to the microphone, ma'am?
Sorry po.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Sorry. Yes, sir. So there is a recognition, sir, that it is very important to strengthen the DFA Mindanao for its unique role in the area, which is in Davao, but also covering relations with BARM. So we have come up po sa DFA through the change management team for parang updated terms of reference of its mandate. And part of that po, in the budget po, in the NEP, it has now earmarked 5,747,000 po for the DFA Mindanao operations. We anticipate, sir, for the future budgets, posible pong lumaki pa po. We are now kasi po in the process of exploring given po na magkakaroon din elections sa BARM, what is the interface between DFA and the BARM government po, there will definitely be more to be established in terms of projects to strengthen the partnership po. But right now po, umakyat na rin po yung budget niya na pinopropose po namin.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But what I'm asking is the coverage of the 430 million, Mr. Chair. Kung saan gagamitin po?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Can I give the floor to ASEC Nolasco?
Go ahead, Olasco. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and with the permission of the chair. Sir, the component of the 5 million pesos being proposed for DFA Mindanao.
Yeah, sir, it's in the briefer that you gave us, it's 4.390, not 5, sir. It's on page 28.
For the MOE, sir,
Okay.
plus 792 na.
Sir, that's for the MOE plus an additional 792 for capital outlays para ma-upgrade ho yung kanilang mga ICT equipment doon. Yan sir ang component po na.
Okay. Yeah. May we know, Mr. Secretary, if we have a USEC or ASEC for Mindanao under DFA? Like other departments, they have USEC or ASEC for Mindanao, Mr. Secretary? For future engagements with Minda under Secretary Leo Magno.
We will have, but I don't think it's USEC level, but we will have a ASEC level.
And can he introduce himself or can she introduce herself?
She's still in Islamabad. When she comes home from her tour of duty, she will go to DFA Mindanao. I think.
Can we get the privilege of getting her name, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Agnes Cervantes. She's now presently ambassador to Islamabad, and she's returning, I think, sometime this year. And then she will be assigned to DFA Mindanao.
And Ma'am Agnes is where from?
From Ormoc, Leyte.
You think, Mr. Secretary, that we should be assigned an ASEC for Mindanao who's from Ormoc, or should it be from Mindanao, Mr. Secretary?
Well, I think the basis of our assigning her is, well, she's been ambassador to Islamabad for 6 years. She's also had experience in India and also also in parts of I believe in the Middle East, Iraq, Morocco. So I think her background qualifies her to address some of the issues.
Yeah. With all due respect, Mr. Secretary, it does not matter where country she was assigned. It seems that she's very well versed experience with war-torn countries. It's not like that. Mindanao is very peaceful. But what we're asking, Mr. Secretary, that if you will be assigning an ASEC for Mindanao, where we will be able to coordinate, hopefully he or she should also come from Mindanao, Mr. Secretary. Because, Mr. Secretary, let me tell you, Mindanao is not only BARM. Mindanao consists of 6 regions and 7th yung BARM. So hopefully somebody who also understands not only the culture but the landscape of Mindanao, Mr. Secretary.
By the way, Congressman Emmanuel, let me ask, Secretary, yung sinasabi niyong 5 million, yun lamang yung sa Davao. Only in Davao. The whole of Mindanao, you only put one office and that will be in Davao, right?
It's for DFA Mindanao.
And that will cater to the people in BARM.
Yes, yes.
But the whole of Mindanao is so big. Can't you put an office in Cagayan de Oro City?
We have a consular, a foreign affairs office, Mr. Chair.
The consular office would be separate from DFA Mindanao.
Okay.
For now, Mr. Chair, I thank you, Mr. Chair, for appealing for Mindanao. But hopefully the ASEC or USEC that will be assigned will be from Mindanao, Mr. Secretary, that's one. And hopefully, Mr. Secretary, that we will be able to help Mindanao as a whole, not only some parts of Mindanao. If we want to develop Mindanao, it should be a whole approach, Mr. Secretary. And second, I do not have questions, Mr. Secretary, from the RDC 10. This would be my last question. I actually am helping RRs, they're rebel returnees. Even when I was governor of Misamis Oriental, those who come back to the folds of the law, I tried to help them, give them livelihood, and some were even accepted to work abroad. But there's this one case, Mr. Secretary, I won't mention the name, but I'll be giving you the papers. He already has actually a certificate of amnesty, and we were trying to help him secure a passport. So we went to Cagayan de Oro office and told us to come to Luzon office because he will not be issued a passport in Cagayan de Oro. Maybe we know the protocol, Mr. Secretary, of issuing passports of RR or rebel returnees that actually have amnesty already, Mr. Secretary. Ito nga, Mr. Secretary, when I was governor, I made him regular employee of the provincial capital, so he's cleared. He became a regular employee. Now he cannot be issued passport according to DFA Cagayan de Oro po.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I, through you, ask ASEC Adele
Yes,
to respond?
Asek Cruz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Sir, as long as kahit po certified true copy ng clearance niya from the appropriate security agency, we will have no problem with the issuance po of a Philippine passport at the place of this application po. Baka hindi lang ho siya nakapagdala ng kahit certified true copy po ng clearance.
You mean the certificate of amnesty?
Yes, sir. Kahit
nagbigay kami, Mr. Secretary, regular employee ko to eh.
Certified true copy po or photocopy lang po?
Certified true copy talaga. Original pa nga pinadala namin eh.
Yeah. Well, and then, well, we also need po a certification from OPAPRU.
Yeah, apparently this case, Mr. Secretary, ano pa eh, 2003. Amnesty lang nun eh, wala pa yung UPAC Pro eh.
What post? What post?
CDO.
CDO. Okay. Well, this was not reported to our attention po, but sir, if we can get the details po, I'm sure we can resolve this issue, sir.
Yeah, hopefully, Mr. Secretary. Ito lang naman eh, kawawa kasi ang dami na namin natulungan, siya na lang na yun ay iwan. Yes. Kapag po babalik to sa bundok, Mr. Secretary, magre-rebellion, problema na naman natin to eh. Buti na natutulungan natin, di ba? That's all, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'll be giving you the paper. I even attach a letter para ma-receive. Thank you and congratulations to the DFA family. And hopefully, Mindanao, we will treat as a whole, not by province and not by region. Thank you again, umayong hapon.
Thank you, Congressman Imano. I hope you can do something about it as a Cruz, no?
Yes.
And by the way, I hope that you will not only put, is that a consular office different from a DFA office? So what you're going to build in Davao is DFA office. Meron na. I want to expand it. Well, I hope that you could also put one in the Republic of Cagayan de Oro, since you have put one in the Republic of Davao. Anyway, mayroon akong question, Secretary, no? Recently, in our public hearing, in the Committee on Public Order and Safety, tungkol sa POGO, we found out that the licenses given to POGOs in the different economic zones do not have any clearance from the PAGCOR. And PAGCOR does not even have a list of it. Now, with that also, we found out that the economic zones have the authority to grant visas. Yes, economic zones have the authority to grant visas. Now, let me ask a question to you. Are they, do you have a centralized office for that or no? If not, then you think that the DFA DFA should be the centralized office in which all of these visas will come from, because we begin to have problems with Chinese.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, well, I personally think that's a good suggestion. But at the moment, it's the Bureau of Immigration's Department of Justice, actually, which has the biggest control of visas. Ang role ng DFA is mainly to issue the visa, but the actual stamping or approval to enter is really up to the Bureau of Immigration.
But they don't have a hindi nila alam. Yun ang problema.
Yeah. And of course, there are other agencies which are also authorized to change visa. So it may be useful at one point. I'm not saying DFA, but we may need a centralized agency.
So it's not a DFA that can become centralized agency.
We're not centralized on,
We're not,
the visa
okay.
situation as a whole.
Because I'm filing a bill to make it more of a centralized thing, no? Not making it independent, because the economic zones are quite independent in granting visas. O dapat sole authority yan. That's why we have problems with the Chinese entering in.
As we, it's an issue.
DFA, di ba?
We have we could submit a position paper.
Sige, bigay mo sa akin. So I have a
budget natin, medyo, but yun na yung position paper.
Pwede mo na yung position paper.
We need to figure.
And please, send that to us, okay?
Okay.
Now, I'd like to now recognize the Senior Vice Chair, Stella Kimbo, for recording.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, hindi ko po alam kung kayo po ay naapektuhan nung bagyong Karina. Pero doon po sa mga taong naapektuhan ng bagyo, ang usually po na malaking kawalan para sa pangkaraniwan na tao ay passport. So, sa mga tao pong nakakausap ko sa evacuation center, yung mga nag-iiyakan po, akala ko po ay sila po ay namatayan. Yung pala po, inanod ang kanilang passport. So, may question po ako. Actually, sorry, it's very parochial. But, does the DFA plan to extend services to places like Marikina and Pasig, to my neighbor, Romulo. Of course, Quezon City, lahat po ng mga areas po na nabaha at mga inanod ng mga passport. Baka po, kasi sa pagkakaalam ko, in the past, you provide mobile passport services. Baka naman po ay pwede niyo pong ibalik ang services na to.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, it's still in existence. Meron pa tayong mobile. At saka, anytime we can send assistance as long as may request. And so maybe I'll ask Cruz, but definitely that's not an issue. We can do that.
Sige po, we will definitely request kasi ang dami pong naapektuhan. So, isasama ko na po sa request ko ang City of Pasig para hindi po magtampo sa akin si Chairman Romano. Ayan. So, yes, actually, sanay na po kami kasi we've been availing of this service in the past regularly. Yun. Okay. We have information on the profile of your foreign service officers. Like, how many do you have at the moment? How many FSOs?
Exactly.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask through you, ASEC Montero, if he has the exact figure?
ASEC Montero is recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po again. As of July 31 po, the total number of officers, the DFA is 758. This is broken down into 7 runs from Foreign Service Officer Class 4, Class 3, Class 2, Class 1, Career Minister, Chief of Mission Class 2, and Chief of Mission Class 1. 758 po, plantilla items.
Is this a sufficient number?
Thank you. Well, we could use more. But the catch is the Foreign Service exam. Our new officers, they have to pass the exam. So it's means that it depends on how many actually pass the exam. So na-affect yung total. And as mentioned earlier, that's why we still have a number of unfilled
Yes, ma'am.
seats. It's because of the they're mainly officers. They're meant for officers, but because of the exam, only a small number are able to fill in those vacancies.
Oh, so at the moment, ilan pa po ang unfilled FSO positions?
162 items, ma'am. Out of 758.
Pero hindi naman po naantala ang consular services.
Hindi naman po. It's just really that process by which we hire foreign service officers and as provided are mandated under the Foreign Service Act is a rigorous process po. So much so that every year we only average less than 20 new FSOs.
So, okay, let me ask. 758, is it a declining number over the years? Did you used to have more FSOs in the past, on average? Like at any point in time, would you used to have more?
No, ma'am. Actually, pataas kami because we've been opening new posts. So there is a corresponding NOSCA for each of these posts, no additional posts, additional items.
So hindi naman tayo nawawalan ng talent.
Hindi naman po.
Nagbubukas lang tayo ng mas maraming position, except that, so is it a function of hindi alam ng kabataan na merong ganitong positions? May I know the average age of our FSO?
If you're talking about
the average age of our FSO?
FSO 4 po, average age would be about 30 when they enter the department.
When they enter, so age 30. But what's the average age for the 758? Ba't kayo natatawa?
Siguro po, in the mid-40s.
I mean, it would be good to know, di ba? I mean, ano ba yung, on average, I mean, is it
about 45, ma'am?
45?
Opo.
It's not so bad.
Yeah.
So they enter on average 30, and then 45 naman ang average. Okay. So, but you would like to hire 162. Kaya lang,
it takes us time, ma'am, because we
so how many take the exam every year?
For this year, there were about 700 who took the civil service qualifying exam.
And
only 120 passed for the written exam. And then the next phase, the oral exam, only 28 passed. And we're still waiting for the results, final results, computing the result of the written exam and the oral exam. I'm not yet at liberty to say whether we'll be able to get more than 20 for this year, ma'am. So mataas po talaga yung mortality rate.
Okay, so ano ang kasi baka hindi rin to alam so, sa mga nakikinig. Alam niyo maraming this is a good venue kasi maraming sa kabataan natin na naghahanap talaga ng trabaho. Ano ang pinag-uusapan namin ito dun sa CHED hearing na ang daming may mismatch tayo sa labor market na ang daming nagtitake up ng certain courses and then when they graduate, as it turns out, kulang pala mga trabaho doon. So baka naman hindi nila nalalaman na meron palang kakulangan dito sa FSO. So if you were to tell the young people about this, it's a very good job opportunity. Kasi katulad na sinabi ninyo, sir, yung living allowances nila ay nakabase sa isang global index. ayaw ninyong sabihin sa akin, pero the way kung magkano, pero the way it sounds, it's very competitive. Ibig sabihin, kung ikaw yung nakatira sa New York City, ay mukhang competitive naman ang ibabayad sa'yo. Ibig sabihin, you will earn a decent wage. Tama ba yun? And your may benefits naman, ibig sabihin, may insurance. Yung schooling ng anak mo, mababayaran? Merong konti. Slightly.
I think in some cases, mas mababa than others kasi sa like New York, maraming English. I mean, it's all English. So, wala akong problema masyado kung send them to public school. But if kung alam mo, ma-assign ka sa Europe, let's say France or somewhere, maghahanap ka ngayon ng international school, especially if your children are already, like 10, 11 up. So, yung education ang issue din doon. Kasi you'll have to send them to English schools. Yeah.
Huli na lang, may advantage ba to take up a certain course? May advantage ba na do you take up economics? Do you take up political science? Do you take up law? Like ilan porsyento dito sa 758? Nakikita ko si Rally, nakikita ko, pero may arkitekto naman kayo dito, si Knock-Knock, di ba? So, is there a certain course that will increase your chances of making it as an FSO?
Go ahead, Madam Chair. May I ask through you to give the floor to Yusek Lazaro?
Yes, Yusek Lazaro.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I'm answering this in my capacity as the chairman of the FSO exams. As far as the course is concerned, there seemed to be a tendency, I would say in the last FSO examinations, it's about 75% are lawyers. This is now a growing trend, and I was even telling my colleagues, why are there so many lawyers here? And most of them have done into practice as well as went into government office. However, there's also a growing number of, we have nurses, we have marine biologists, we have, you mentioned architect and so forth, but we have doctors, but there's a growing tendency now. So most of them are political science graduates and then Bachelor of Laws or Juris Doctor.
Okay, thank you for the information. At least dun sa mga nakikinig, at least malalaman nila kung how they can increase their chances. So yun po. My second question has to do with the assets owned by the embassy. Kasi I know that, by DFA, I know that some consular offices are housed in premium properties abroad. So have you done an inventory of the properties owned by the Philippine government all over the world? And ano yung value?
Mr. Secretary, go ahead.
Thank you. Could I request through you to
Go ahead.
give the floor to Alaska?
Sir, with your permission of the chair, Madam Vice Chair, Senior Vice Chair. Yes, we have
How many do we own and how many do we rent?
let's see. So in a short while, we have the exact, but the question is, how many do we own and how many do we rent?
Sir, buildings 35.
35 buildings, sir, we own. We own the Chancery 35.
Yes.
And we also own land, sir, in some places. Wala pa yung building.
Sige po. So,
And then you about nire-rent. That's why we are very appreciative.
sorry, 35 buildings. How many lands?
If I may, we own, sir, Mr. Chair, 68 properties, including 64 buildings, either built on owned land or land under leasehold rights, especially in London, 100 years po yun. And 4 vacant lots now, yun po ang ating, what do you call this? Those are the properties we own, Mr. Chair, at present. 68 properties.
Have you had it appraised? I mean, what's the total value?
Okay. Ma'am, it's one of the findings of COA, yung previous AOM namin. That's why we are currently undergoing the what you call this, the cleansing of our properties, because most of our properties are still recorded at the acquisition cost, like $14,000. But the actual value now is much more. So it's part, ma'am, of our compliance with the audit recommendation that we are undergoing now. Kasi ma'am, it's really undervalued yung properties natin, especially in Tokyo, in Washington.
Yeah, so you have Roppongi, diba?
Yes, ma'am, Roppongi, and also in New York. It's an ongoing process po, ma'am. So as of now, kaya laging findings so yun namin hindi eksakto yung aming assessment ng property.
Siyempre ako, tagahanap ng pera.
Let me ask, before another question would be, in the Middle East, do you rent the land or you build a building and the Middle East countries give the land to you, or little without any cost at all?
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, in Saudi Arabia, we own the chancery and the residence of the ambassador.
Do you own the land?
Yeah, we
own the chancery.
We own the land, sir, in the, what we call this, in Riyadh. We own the land.
Did you buy it?
I understand. Yes, sir, I think before. We bought it many years ago. With the permission of the Secretary, we can provide the committee the inventory of these properties and also the way, when we acquired it, the manner of acquisition, because there are in some jurisdictions, Your Honor, we are only given like a 1 peso rent for perpetually.
Yes, and what is your timetable for determining the current market value?
Ma'am, based on our, I'm part of the inventory committee, we base it, ma'am, on the tax assessment by the tax authorities. That's the...
Yeah, so which means that should be easy, right? Because obviously you pay your taxes.
In some places, ma'am, it's available. But in some places, like in Europe, the land and the building are considered as one property. So we even have to get the services of a professional to segregate the cost of the land and cost of the building.
And possible.
Yes, ma'am. It's an ongoing process.
But meaning, do you... Are you in touch with the DOF? I mean, meaning, obviously, there could be situations where, in a situation where your small office is in super premium property, it doesn't make sense for you to stay there, right? Meaning, it could make better sense for you to actually sell and move to another place, right? And I mean, things like those. So are you in touch with other agencies like the DOF, or not really on this matter?
On this matter, ma'am, no. But before, there was a committee under the Office of the President. This is with respect to properties in Japan, where the DFA is a member, and this is part of the asset privatization practice as a member, and the DOF was the chair of that committee. So, but recently, ma'am, we don't have a direct, what you call this, but we report as part of our financial reporting the estimated values of this property. Hopefully, in the near future, ma'am, we'll be able to get a more realistic.
Well, of course, we don't want you naman na mawala ng bahay. Sinasabi ko lang naman, and many of the places are really beautiful. So, ayaw naman natin, we want you to be in dignified places, of course, because you represent us, and you're doing a really good job. Right. So anyway, sir, so just submit na lang to us as soon as you can. I just have one question left. Sir, what does it mean to be the host of the Loss and Damage Fund?
Go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you. Actually, I think we how do you call that? It's really the proper thing is we are going to be the headquarters of the board of the Loss and Damage Fund. The fund will be located somewhere else. So, but being a member of the board, of course, the board members are actually decision makers on the fund. But so it will be a big advantage if it's located here, as it will ensure yung involvement ng Philippines in the board. But perhaps could I ask our Assistant Director from UNIO to perhaps from Assistant Secretary from UNIO to give a bit more details on these benefits of being a board, being the headquarters of the board.
Asek, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
Please give us your beautiful name, as beautiful as you are.
Thank you, sir. My name is Maria Teresa Almoala, and I'm the Assistant Secretary for UN International Organizations. On July 9, the members of the Loss and Damage Fund Board reached consensus to select the Philippines as the board, the host of the board. And in 90 days, we have committed to complete two instruments. One is to confer legal personality to the board to function, and also a host country agreement. And we thank the House of Representatives for facilitating work on this. The bill has been, to confer legal personality, has been approved on second reading last week. We thank the members of the House of Representatives on that. But essentially, ma'am, with respect to your question, our selection as the host of the board is actually a signal of confidence of the international community to the Philippines as a long-standing advocate of climate action, equity, and being the host of the Loss and Damage Fund Board make us the third climate finance capital in the world. There are two other funds earlier established by the UNFCCC. One is the National Adaptation Fund. The board is located in Germany. And the Green Climate Fund, which is headquartered in South Korea. So this makes us the first developing country hosting an important climate finance mechanism.
Congratulations to us. Anyway, that's all. Thank you. And congratulations to the FA family.
Thank you.
We strongly support your budget.
Thank you, Senior Vice Chair Stella. Let me ask, ako, hindi ko alam to. What kind of board is it? Are the members of different countries or what? Yes, Secretary.
Yes, they are members of different countries.
What is the name of the board?
The loss and the board of the head is the fund. It's the Loss and Damage Fund.
Okay.
It's mainly, I think, the intention who was created was for it to finance adaptation and mitigation activities by countries to address climate change. So
all the countries in which we have chancelleries are members of the board?
There are. I don't know how many countries are members. Perhaps.
There are 26 members of the board, and the Philippines is one member representing the Asia-Pacific membership.
The U.S. and Japan are members too, right?
Japan is a member. The U.S. is an alternate member.
Is China a member?
China is not a member.
That's good. I'm so glad to know that.
Sorry, last. Did we make a collection as a result of the last flood by being a member of this fund?
In fact, ma'am, the intention of the fund is exactly intended for purposes, but the work of the board has only begun. It's the policy-making institutionalization phase of the board at the moment. They've only had 2 meetings so far since they were established in the UAE during COP29. And during the second meeting in July, that's when they decided to select the Philippines as the host of the board.
But we would have.
This is
this is the kind of situations where we would gain.
This is the kind of compensation that countries affected by disasters and other similarly placed countries will be able to tap this financing channel.
All right, thank you very much. Our next interpolator is Vice Chair Joey Aquino. You're recognized, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Secretary.
Secretary, this representation would like to ask the good secretary regarding the establishment. Although I just arrived, Mr. Secretary, now here in Congress, but I heard that it was taken up earlier. But I have a different district, about this apostille receiving center in Butuan City, or just maybe putting up an apostille service in the consular office, Butuan City. Mr. Secretary, can I give a little background of the consular office in Butuan City? Way back 2008, we opened the consular office of DFA in Butuan City. And Mr. Secretary, for your information, I was then a congressman, first termer, and during one of our hearings in the APRO, just like this, I was asking the then Secretary, I think Alberto Romulo, Secretary of DFA before, I asked for a consular office. The reason why I asked at that time, because I pity people from my district, not only from my district, from the whole region of Caraga region, because our constituent will have to travel to Cagayan de Oro to get a passport, and it takes 4 to 5 hours to travel. So, kung kukuha ng that's from my place alone. Kung kukuha ng passport, you will really have to stay there overnight. And para po for me, we are helping another place, putting our money there. You pay for the rent, the hotel, kakain doon yung mga tao namin, instead of helping our city. So that was one of the main reasons. So we were able to put up, but kasi walang budget pa noon, I asked Secretary Romulo if kung ako maglagay ng pera para ma-open up, are you willing? He was willing. So I spent around $500,000 pesos para mag-open yung DFA dun sa Butuan City. And no less than the former President, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, was there to open that consular office. That was the main reason. So now, I found out, ito naman po apostille, parang gano'n na naman ang mangyayari. People will go to Cagayan de Oro or to Davao. So bumabalik na naman tayo sa, para bang, imbes na level up na tayo, balik na naman tayo kami sa, we are the second poorest region in the country. If people from my region will spend money again going to Davao, I have nothing against them, or Cagayan de Oro, malaki na yung mga lugar na yun. They can stand on their own. So ako, I am appealing to you, Secretary, kung pwede po, on makamabuksan kahit yung service lang, apostille service, maybe I can be of help, just like what I did before. I am willing again to help. Mr. Secretary, ayaw ko na po, gusto ko umalis kami sa, we are even almost, our region is almost the mining capital of the Philippines, and yet we're still the second poorest region. Lalo na kung pupunta naman, yung mga tao namin, balik na naman dun sa mga lugar na yun, napakayaman na ng dalawang probinsya yun, yung mga city na yun. So, I'm appealing to you, Mr. Secretary, pagbigyan nyo naman kami.
Secretary? Thank you, Chair. Could I seek your permission for you to give the floor to...
Go ahead, accept the crew. Pwede kang pupulan ngayon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Vice Chair, we would be happy to go to your area, sir, and open apostille services po. But we would also need help, sir, because the only space being provided by RLC, the mall, is 418 square meters. It's very small. If you would help us obtain an additional 200 square meters, sir, we would be happy to set up an apostille services in your area, sir.
Okay. Deal tayo.
Yes,
sir. Deal tayo. I'll look for one. I'll even again put up my own share funding, personal. But you pay me after. Just like what they did before. Just like what they did before. I will really look one. I did it before.
Yeah.
There's no reason I cannot do it again. For the people of my district and the region.
Yes, sir.
Because my district is the regional center of Caraga. Kaya ho, lahat halos ng mga offices. In fact, the city government, no, we are giving out 1,000 square meters, can even be more than 1,000 square meters to different national offices. Doon sa isang center, andun ho lahat ng mga national offices nagbibigay. I used to be a vice mayor, that's why I know that. No? Dati user frac, yung iba nga hindi na user frac. Basta in 3 years, kailangan lagyan mo. Now, kung mag-long term tayo, lilipat kayo doon, I will work on that. Nilagay ako ng 10 million na building. Yun ko sa mayor, para sa inyo. Pero kung hindi nyo kaya, dito muna tayo. I will offer you an offer you can't resist right now. If you resist, then we'll move to defer your budget. Yes. I'm challenging you now. I'm sure my colleagues here will support me. Imagine, at pinataya ko na ng sariling funding ko. Oh, with the government, I'm just a no person there. No? I cannot believe, before we were able to beat ang lit-lit lang ng budget ng DFA. Ngayon, 15 years after, hindi kayo makaano, tulungan nyo naman ang mga tao namin. Second poorest region na kami.
Secretary, go ahead. Yes.
Do not say no. I'm not accept no.
No, it's not a no, sir.
na.
We will work closely po with RLC and request po for an additional space. And then we could even commit po with the opening of an apostille office, commit an additional 600-foot traffic every day po sa mall nila.
Sir, you know, matagal na rin ng congressman. Parati ko narinig yung we will commit, we will promise. Pwede po in the next 2 weeks, punta kayo doon?
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Yes, sir.
As your word, ha? Magkikita pa tayo sa plenary.
Yes, sir.
Ha?
Oh.
Sige, my staff will approach you. Is that okay, Sir Secretary? Okay lang ba? Anyway, trabaho ito natin eh.
We'll be happy to do so, sir.
Ha? But you can count with me. If I need to put up again another, even 1 million, na? Para lang matulungan, I'll put it up. But pay me. Gcash pwede.
Salamat po.
Okay, I'm serious. No, let's stop. Okay, thank you.
Salamat, Congressman Joboy. Nangako na. Okay. Hindi dalo magmamakaawa ako sa kanya. All right. Now I'd like to recognize Representative Federico Haresco for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Secretary, welcome to the DFA family. Alam niyo po, nanay ko po, kaibigan ng matalik ng nanay ko, kaya thank you again, Secretary. Tatlong issues lang po. Geopolitical. Sinasabi po ng lahat, isang yatang Amerikano na in the end, China will win. So they always play the long game. 100 years, 200 years, in the end, China will win. So, For that adage, nag-umpisa sila sa tubig, rami, ngayon players. Are you prepared for other quote-unquote encounters as they do with Vietnam and Korea and all that? Let it be, geopolitically, 60 days from now would be the American elections. Alam naman natin na mula nung founding of America, anong stand ng Republican Party, which is to withdraw, and the Democratic Party, which is to expand. Ready na po kayo kung sakali, iwanan na naman tayo ng mga Amerikano kung manalo ang Republican Party. Ang second issue po, national. Nagreklamo po sa akin ang mga hotel owners ng Boracay na sa India daw po nakakota ang visa sa mga Indian tourists. Totoo po ba yan? Kasi kung gano'n, since nawala na yung merkado ng China sa Boracay, bakit hindi tayo mag-concentrate to replace the Chinese tourists with Indian? I mean, right now, India is fast overtaking China. Marami po middle class sa India. Imbis na pumunta sila sa Maldives, sana sa Boracay na lang sa Pilipinas. Sinabi nyo last year na meron ng e-visa sa India. Ano na nangyari doon? Let us see sa local po. Boracay, it grew by, Aklada grew by 22.5% to GDP last 2023, more than 4 times the regional average sa Region 6. So, hanggang ngayon nag-iintay pa rin kami sa caravan nyo. Ang Korea, may consular office sa Boracay. Sana po, makonsider nyo po ang Aklad, especially West Aklan, na doon pupunta sa mga taga-Romblon, Antique, sa Aklan para mag-aaral. Sana po makonsider nyo as a epicenter ang Aklan. Kasi mga hospital namin, puro kami nagpabayad sa mga kamag-anak namin sa Antique, sa Romblon. Doon po nagpupuntahan sa Aklan. Sana po, kasama ng NBI, makonsider nyo po magtayo ng consular office sa Aklan. Nandun na rin 100 kilometers away. Nandun na rin isang parte ng Iloilo. Mga bukid na mga Biag-Aw, etc. Sana nandun na lang po. Yun po sana, Secretary, Geopolitical, National, at saka local po. Maraming salamat, Secretary.
Yes, Secretary. Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you again. Your questions, maybe I'll divide them. One on the geopolitical, and then on the national, I'll ask, and the regional, I'll ask ASEC, Bruce. On the matter of China, well, our position has always been that we're here to defend Philippine interests. And I don't think we will take into consideration what China's status is, in the sense that what our main issue is, how do we ensure the defense or the defending the national interests of the Philippines, regardless of the regional situation. We have to be in a position that we can adapt or react to whatever the regional situation is, and that's what we're trying to do now. Now, whether China or the U.S. or any other country seeks to dominate, our position will always be Philippine interests first. Tsaka what we've always said, is that we believe the future of our region should not be determined by the great powers, but should be determined by each country. All of us have a stake in the region, and that's the position we will take. And we'll do our best to defend our interests in that view. Dun po sa U.S. elections, well, I really can't comment on, but let me just say two things. First, for now, on the various, our relationship with the U.S. is really quite strong, especially in the economic field now. They're now focusing a lot more on the economic field, and not only on defense and security. And at the same time, we have strong, or they, the U.S., we have strong bipartisan support from the U.S. Congress. And so our feeling is perhaps with that strong support, it can withstand any possible change in the U.S. administration. But of course, we have to wait and see. Yun lang masabi ko. But for now, we have strong bilateral support and even commitments from the United States which are binding, and I think would go beyond whoever's there. So I think that's how we view. Of course, ang Pilipinas is not the only country that is looking to see what happens in the U.S. I think almost every country in the world is monitoring the situation. Dun po sa visa on India, could I just say before giving the floor that India is included among the restricted nationals. So therefore, they require visa to enter the Philippines. But perhaps if you allow me, you can give the floor to Cruz again.
After Cruz, you recognize, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So we're also happy to report that out of our top 10 posts issuing visas po, 3 of them have been issuing visas to Indian nationals po. We have our embassy in New Delhi, we have our honorary consulate po in Chennai, and our honorary consulate po in Mumbai. So next to the Chinese po, the Indians are our second largest tourists entering po. And then we're also happy to report that we are already in the beta testing po of the issuance of e-visas. We started it po at our embassy in New Delhi. And right now, our honorary consuls in India are also under training for the issuance po of an electronic visa. So it will make it easier po for Indian nationals to apply for a visa po to enter the Philippines. We're closely working po with the ICT on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I just add, what percent increase did you from last year to the first 6 months of 2024? Nag-increase ba o pwede ba tayo katulad ng Malaysia o other ASEAN countries na visa upon arrival?
We're getting the details for right now, sir.
And my main question was, meron ba talagang quota system sa India?
Wala, sir. Oh, if I may, sir, comments lang po ng mga pumapasok na mga turista sa atin. Ang sabi po kasi nila, mas mura po sa ibang bansa. Yun lang po, doon tayo po na medyo nalulugi because yung ginagastos daw po nila sa ibang bansa tulad ng Indonesia, sa Bali, Vietnam, mas malaki po ang spending power nila doon. Actually, namamahalan nga po sila dito sa Maynila, pero we keep on encouraging them to come over. So, baka interested po ang mga entrepreneurs natin sa Boracay to give special rates po, special discount or promos para makapagpasok pa po tayo ng mga turista.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that's true. Boracay po, we have priced ourselves out of the market. Pero marami ako nakikitang mga 2 years ago, mga Indians sa Tagaytay. Pero naman siguro mas mura. Nagtataka lang po ako, Mr. Chairman, bakit wala tayong mga Indian Airlines? No? Meron tayong papuntang Shanghai na mga local airlines, pero sa India, wala tayong mga airlines papuntang India na napakalaking merkado po ang India.
Palagay ko, hindi na sa DFA yan. Baka sa DOTR na yan. DOTR na. Any more questions, Congressman Velasco?
Wala na po. Yung local na lang. Dalawang taon na po.
Maraming salamat. Just one question, the Secretary. No? You made mention of the West Philippine Sea. No? Recently, the Chinese now is using jets to fly over the West Philippine Sea and even flares. And it seems that all of the protests being given by the DFA is not being listened to. So is there any more that the DFA can do for the Chinese people, the Chinese government to actually listen and stop what they're doing?
Yes, we issued the protest. That's standard. But there are other ways, like I said, that we have. In fact, we've already met the Chinese yesterday on this incident from their embassy. And as I said, this is an issue which I'm sure we will raise again. Meron tayong what we call a bilateral consultation mechanism on the West Philippine Sea or South China Sea with China. And that meets regularly. At least every few months. There are also other means of communicating with China, which we will do. And so any incident that happens in the South China Sea, which we feel is detrimental to our interests caused by China, we of course will raise it, and not only through note verbal. The note verbal is the first thing we will do. Thereafter that, there are other ways. We will have to talk to them and express to them. But as you know, this we have to let our position be known, and we have to. China also does a response, so we have to, in other words, continue a dialogue with them on these issues, at least from the Department of Foreign Affairs.
I think it's very clear that the Chinese know our position, and the hundreds of protests that you have given China. It seems the Chinese does not even listen to it. So what I'm saying is, what other means can you do to actually engage China to a talk rather than doing what they're doing now?
Well, we have always proposed and signaled that we're always willing to talk. In fact, at the last, during the incidents Yung and Show, we invited them to come to the Philippines to talk, and they accepted. And then I've had talks too with at foreign minister level, where we exchange views, and in the importance, we agreed on the need to manage difficulties. But also, Congressman, we're also getting support from other countries, because they also issue statements in our support. And we feel the more support we get, moral support, political support, public support, I think that also adds to our position. So we are also getting help from other countries in terms of political support and moral support. So I think we're trying to tackle the issue from many angles, and not only directly with China.
Yeah, I hope that will be resolved soon, because many of our fishermen in Bataan, Zambales, and La Union in Pangasinan are very much affected by that, already. Very much affected. So we have Congressman Salo that will be asking, yes, Congressman Salo, you'll be asking short questions, right? Yes. Okay. Secretary, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So as you mentioned, this will just be brief. So thank you very much, Secretary, and thank you very much to the DFA family, and I always commend them for really taking good care of our people, the OFWs in particular. And of course, that's in coordination now with the Department of Migrant Workers, and I really thank also Yusek Eduardo de Vega and ASEC Robert Ferrer and ASEC Melicor, because definitely your care and concern for OFWs is undoubted. Mr. Secretary, I'm just wondering how, with the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers, how does this affect the mandate of the DFA, and how is it being implemented on the ground? Because of course, the focus now are OFWs, particular for the DMW. But I'm wondering how is it being implemented, particularly in our posts, and those officers, DFA officers have been handling concerns of FWs before. How are they being, what do you call this one? Where are they focused now, in a sense?
Yes, Gary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Congressman. I will give the floor. I'll ask if Yusek de Vega could reply, but let me just give some general remarks. First, DFA and DMW are now coordinating as carefully as we can. Of course, last year was their first year, so it takes time. But now I think we're developing ways of working together. Why is this important to work together? Because many of the migrant worker officials or officers are based with the embassies. So even the fact that even if they are a separate agency, they're like the other attachés. They're under the supervision of the ambassador, but they also work closely with the embassy, especially some operations like what happened last year in Sudan. And so we have to coordinate. So the coordination between DFA and DMW is there wherever there's a presence. And there are some posts na walang migrant worker officer. So DFA still undertakes the traditional functions of dealing with mga OFW issues and also other related issues. But at the same time, DFA is responsible for all consular issues and even technically those not classified as OFW. I mean, Filipinos maybe who are ethnic, who are living there, dual citizenship, sometimes we help them. But all of this involves, as we say, some regular coordination with the DMW, especially in areas where they do have migrant worker officers. But perhaps, I don't know if Yusek Nibeg would like to also add some more on this issue of how we are working with DMW.
Mr. Nibeg, go ahead. Thank you, Congressman Salo. As mentioned by the Secretary, we're still responsible for countries, for all Filipinos, overseas Filipinos in countries without a resident DMW attaché or on WO. They have 38 offices, while we have over 90. So there are a lot of embassies or consulates without a resident. And in places where there's no resident DMW representative, we'll have to shoulder it. But even in places with a resident MWO, we would still be responsible for non-OFWs. So the law, which was passed by Congress in Section 14, clearly states that we have our own fund, the ATN fund, Assistance National Funds, and they have their own fund, the Action Fund. We are coordinating, it's a work in progress. Right now, the one confusion is it's not that easy, the distinction between who is an OFW or not, because the law clearly states that whether they're documented or not, as long as they go abroad and are going to work and are not there to be tourists, have not become foreign citizens, are not permanent migrants, then they are under the DMW. But we are still working with the DMW. I came from Japan, I posted Japan, and their comment was that the local attaché is bound by their own internal guidelines in the DMW, and so far they're only assisting those who are documented. Kung undocumented, meaning hindi lumabas ng bansa with a contract, it's iffy whether they're spending or not. We don't mind. We'd love to spend our own ETN fund. As for the work of the consuls, tuloy po yan because in a case involving OFWs, the diplomats will have to be involved as well many times. For example, if you arrange a jail visit, it cannot be just done by the attaché. You will need a full diplomat to request for the permission. And then, of course, when we prepare for a presidential appeal for clemency, that's also the DFA who does it. So, meron pa rin involvement ang department officers abroad in assistance nationals work because it remains a pillar of our foreign policy.
Thank you very much. For my last comment, Mr. Chair, because I've been to the Middle East and certain parts of the world, and I really thank the DFA for your assistance. But at the same time, I just wish to mention that the distinction actually only exists within our government. Because from the point of view of our OFWs, whoever our citizens abroad, when they deal with the embassy, they deal with the Philippine government, they just look at it as dealing with the Philippine government. It's regardless whether the person that they're dealing with is from the DFA, whether from OWA, or whether from DMW. When they deal with it, they would say, doon punta po kami sa embassy, pero hindi po kami inasikaso. Pumunta po kami sa embassy pero hindi nila babanggitin kung ang humarap po sa kanila is DMW officer or from DSWD. Ang pananaw po nila, it's just one and the same. It's the Philippine Embassy. And ang head po noon is the
ambassador, which is under the DFA. So, I suppose, Mr. Secretary, yung pong mga protocols po in place are protocols that are come up with in coordination with all the agencies na under po dun sa mga posts. Tama po ba, Secretary?
Yes, tama. It's exactly the way we operate. It's the one team, one country team approach, regardless of the agency.
Once again, thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you very much, Chair, and to the DFA family. And thank you for all your support to our OFWs. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Congressman Salo. And the senior vice chair would like to, I'd like to recognize our former president, Madam Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Please recognize.
Thank you. Just two short questions. One is from our embassy in Singapore. We're building a new, we're reconstructing the building, but at the so that entails everybody moving out temporarily and renting an expensive place in near Orchard Road. In the world now, Singapore is second most expensive. So they have to charge it to the MOOE. So a lot of the MOOE that Singapore was used to spending before is no longer available because they have to pay rent. Is there a way by which the expense for the rent can be part of the capital outlay that's being used to build the new embassy? So that they can continue to spend the MOE the way they used to spend it.
Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam President. Can we ask Mr. Patrick Hilado, are you here? Assistant Secretary Patrick Hilado of OAMS, perhaps he can answer that.
Patrick Hilado, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. Yes, ma'am, we are currently working on that. We'll talk to the DBM also because I think the building fund for the special provisions in the building fund, the condition is that it should be capital outlay. But since given Singapore's dilemma of having to tap the capital outlay for the construction, but then they have to move out and lease, and it eats up. It's true that it eats up the MOE. So we will find a solution by which we can either get permission to use that as a part of the fund, or probably augment the MOE of the embassy so that they can continue to operate as they have in their work plan.
Very good. My other question is also related to DBM outlays. I think DBM is here. Okay. Earlier, there was a supposition, not really a real statement, but a supposition that PS cannot be realigned to MOOE. I want to ask DBM, is that true now? Because when I was in the bureaucracy, DTI and DSWD, we could realign upward but not downward. In other words, PS could become MOE, MOE could become CO, but CO cannot become MOE, and MOE cannot become PS. So is it prohibited now, both ways?
Good afternoon po. I'm Marisa Dizon from DBM. With regards pa sa augmentation or modification of funds, the DBM allows po modification from capital outlay or CO to MOE. In connection with the building fund po,
this is not a connection to the building fund. This is a connection to earlier, a question I think by Mark Go, that because there are unfilled items, so they have money in the PS.
Yes.
Will that not be realigned? And the answer was maybe it cannot be realigned because it's PS.
For personal services allotment po, although we do not encourage po the use of PS savings for MOE on capital outlay because the compensation items are mandatory in nature. So when it relates to ranking of priority, uunahin po kasi natin pondohan ang PS. But in writing, we do not have policy stating that it's not allowed.
Hope that helped the FA. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, are you now okay? Okay, all right. The Senior Vice Chair would like to ask another question, please.
Just a quick question for Asik Domingo. Earlier you mentioned that your 4 billion budget for printing of passports currently is unutilized. And if you had your way, that you would want that reduced. Is that right? Except that there is a multi-year MAYOA. There's a MAYOA. So the question is there a contract that prohibits you from is there something that needs to be done for you to be able to make the necessary budgetary adjustments?
Yes, Asek Nolasco.
Okay, Your Honor, Chair. In the multi-year obligation authority, ma'am, this is 10 years. Now the question is, the reason why we are in discussion internally, because we are not able to use the amount of 4 billion, it affects our budget utilization rate. So the base is bigger. So sana namin ibaba. But we are in consultation with the other offices like Office of Consular Affairs and also with sa DBM kung pwede namin i-amend yung multi-year obligational authority. Sabi nila pwede naman daw, but with the clearance of our, what they call the secretary, kung magre-request kami. So 2 years na lang, ma'am, ang remaining hanggang 2026. So may school of thought na since sa 2026 may bago na tayong papabayaan na natin yung to.
It has nothing to do with your contract with Apple?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It has nothing to do with
It's just
they bill us, ma'am, based on the actual.
It's just because of the MAYOA with EDM.
It's like a guarantee. We like in other contracts, ma'am, we ask for a multi-year contractual authority so that we will be able to enter into contracts na multi-year. So ganun din nangyari po dito in 2015 when the DFA entered into a contract with Apple. Guaranteed sila na in the next 10 years may funding yung pagbili ng passport booklets. But since recently, ma'am, humaba na yung validity ng passports, yung nagre-renew bumaba. So yung passport supplies na nakukonsume ho namin is bumaba. That's the reason why hindi pa namin nagagamit yung allotment namin for this year na 4 billion. And then next year, meron naman kaming 4.2 billion for the passport booklets. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, just one question to you, Sec. De Vega. The Department of Migrant Workers, ibig sabihin, kayo nag-a-adapt sa kanila, no? I mean, all of the buildings, all of the that they're using, they are the buildings being yung mga buildings, yung mga houses na ginagamit nila. Kayo ang siya nagbabayad noon o nasa embassy yun. Hindi pag-aari ng DMW o hindi ng DMW.
It's on a case-to-case basis. In many posts, they have their own office. Yung dating Dole Attaché, and they're just continuing the location. In some, they are working at the same building as the embassy, and they just pay a share of the computer, electricity, etc., rent, etc. But there are buildings which they own on their own because they've been there even before. Although ideally, what we'd like is for them to be at the same building or as close as possible para hindi mahirapan ng OFWs. And in most cases, they're not far apart at all.
Kasama yun sa gastos ng budget nyo, di ba? Perhaps just like what Senior Vice Chair said, to submit to us a copy and the list of
the properties that you are actually, that you own and renting. We also would like to ask that kasama yung sa list na yun, yung listahan din ng DMW buildings that they are using that's actually owned by the DFA and those that are rent that they are renting to. Can you do that, please? Oh. Okay, now we have the Vice Chair, Buyago, would like to make a manifestation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before we make our favorite motion, I would just like to relate to our good Secretary, Secretary Enrique Manalo, together with all the family of the Department of Foreign Affairs and all the attached agency, may co-sponsors, Congressman Amante and Congressman Fantabella, along with our colleagues here present, rest assured that our support for the budget of DFA so that you can do effectively and dutifully perform your mandate and achieve your budgetary trust and strategic directions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the for this manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Our only request for the DFA is to give us the right answer so we won't have any hard time answering the questions in the plenary. Okay? I would like to hear a motion. Seeing no more of my colleagues would like to ask any questions. I hear a motion to terminate, please.
Mr. Chair, since there are no more interpellators, I move to terminate the budget briefing of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second. Mr. Chair. It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. Including the attached agencies, Mr. Chair. Including attached agencies. The motion is carried.